Yankees here in the first.
Bad courtesy of Fox. The American League goes on to win it 4-0 as the AL scored 3 runs in that top of the first. Ben Rice, also from those Yankees, added an RBI single. Bellinger was named the game's MVP. Miguel Vargas of the White Sox added a solo home run in the 8th. AL pitchers limited nationally to just 3 base hits. First shutout in an All-Star game since 2013. Guardians did their part in helping the American League win last night's Midsummer Classic for the 18th time in 23 games. Rookie Parker Messick worked a scoreless second inning, ended the frame with a strikeout. Kate Smith threw a scoreless 6th inning, struck out a pair. Meanwhile, Travis Bazzana entered the game in the 7th, was 0-for-2 at the plate. The Guardians back in action Friday night. They'll entertain the Pittsburgh Pirates. Cavaliers continue Summer League play in Las Vegas this afternoon. Cavs taking on the New Orleans Pelicans. Cavs off to a 1-2 start after beating the Heat on Monday night, 90-73. Rookie guard Malik Thomas scored game-high 35 points in the win for the Cavs. Also announced the Cavs' next game will be Friday night against the Bulls. Meanwhile, the wait on LeBron James, that continues. World Cup semifinals in Arlington, Texas. Spain blanked France 2-0 with a victory. Spain advancing to the World Cup finals for the first time since 2010. The Spaniards will play either Argentina or England for the championship on Sunday. That semifinal matchup is this afternoon down in Atlanta. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, South Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
Summer's here, and Brown's training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Hits it hard here, and that's through. The Yankees have knocked in 3 in this first inning. Wood is in to score. Bellinger and Rice with RBI hits, 3-0. Messick looking for a 1-2-3 inning, and he's got it to the outside corner for strike 3.
This guy's disgusting, so we'll see what happens, boys.
There's your challenge.
Hey, we haven't done it yet. Why not? That's a strike. Yeah, it's disgusting, guys. Sorry about that.
He has such a delivery that when he comes up with that split finger, it is just falling. I mean, not fair. You have no chance.
Baker throws. And a big bouncer, and wait for it to come down. And the American League has pitched the first shutout in the All-Star game in 13 years. 4-0 the final score. And this pitching staff, truly the star.
This is Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
There's a major controversy brewing behind the scenes. Audio courtesy of Fox, by the way, right there. There's a major controversy over confusion over the early birds. So if you're a person who just woke up and you listen to us every morning at 6:40 today, you're going to want to hear this segment because I need some things clarified by the early birds. I'm talking about not just guys driving in to construction jobs or anything like that right now, manufacturing plants. I am talking about the men and women who run and listen to us. I don't know about the running. I know a peripheral idea of the running community because of Anthony and Sarah Ono, and that is it. I need clarification coming up at 6:40. It has long confused me, which isn't a hard thing to do. It has long confused me, and we have serious political conversations coming up, Tone.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Serious
well, my
politics.
wife, she's a one-issue voter.
At 6:40 on The Fan. Folks, welcome to the No Spin Zone. Hi, how are you today?
Good.
What'd you think of Parker Messick? What'd you think of Cade Smith? Who was more impressive? Was it Parker Messick or Cade Smith? Because Parker Messick only threw 10 pitches. Cade Smith only threw 12 pitches, but Cade Smith struck out 2 batters. Parker Messick only struck out 1.
Yes.
But Parker Messick got like first pitch flyouts from 2.
Yeah, he did. He got, getting them out. You can strikeouts can be impressive. I disagree with Kevin Costner. Strikeouts can be impressive. However, jobs get him out. Got him out. And he went away with only 10 pitches in the All-Star game.
Is there officially an issue with the All-Star game? Do we have to...
What now?
Do we have to... Well, I ask this because after every NBA All-Star weekend, all people do...
I am sick and effing
is talk
tired
about the issues with the NBA. Do we have to do the same with baseball?
What's the issue with baseball?
It's baseball.
What
It
is
does
it?
not look exactly like the game looks every day.
What is it the issue with
Because
baseball?
Junior Caminero got hit on the hand. Is that it? Is that the reason you're bringing up?
No,
I
it's
laugh.
because there was a shutout.
How would you? And it's so interesting because I've brought this up before.
There's been 4 in
You
the
s-
history of the All-Star game, and he acts like it happens every day.
You said it looked like every other day. How would you know? How would you know if baseball ever looked different? What would be different? How would it look?
I've seen the Savannah Bananas while flipping through channels. That looks different.
Yeah.
The guy on stilts, don't see that every day. That looks different.
How
And
would you
Parker
know?
Messick was on a pogo stick last night.
in an
Then I'd be
all-star-
Like, wait a minute.
In an all-star game, what would it look different? Would an outfielder run half speed or 3/4 speed?
Well, when John Kruk put the helmet on backwards and switched to the other side of the box when
I
he was
think
facing off against Randy
pitchers,
Johnson.
In
But people love that moment.
in
People love that more
basketball,
than anything in the
people,
world.
Though they clear the lane for guys to take off right early in games,
Yeah.
especially. It would be the same as pitchers just grooving balls over the plate and letting hitters hit. That clearly didn't happen last night.
Well, there were only 3 hits by the National League.
I
Like
actually
15 strikeouts.
wrote
Yeah.
down on the notes because I always have categories in the notes and I write them down and things like that.
Oh,
and
categories. I like that.
it's Wednesday, and I actually wrote avoid fixing All-Star games.
That's all people ever want to do.
I do try to fight the typical Mount Rushmore All-Star games, and I know we all have our little crutches, our little things. I know that you guys text about overrated, underrated stuff all the time, trust issues and things like that.
People gave up on the Pro Bowl.
You
But-
got to just do this.
What?
Power rank those things you're trying to avoid.
Number one was the All-Star game. No, number one is Mount Rushmore. Number one is Mount Rushmore, easily.
What about
Now
this?
give me your top 4 things you're trying to
Wait,
avoid.
Yeah.
What about this day? This day in Cleveland history.
I like
this
those-
day in Browns
like
history.
that.
I like those on the internet. I don't like those on the radio.
It's so bad.
I love them on the internet. Like there's this one guy, it says Mr., so I'm going to use Mr. Cleveland, and it's always OTD on this day, and I'm like, that's really cool. I swear to God, like someone was born on this day, or in this game, something happened with the Browns, Cavs, Indians, now Guardians. Like that is fun on the internet. I just don't really want to bring it
I only
on.
follow Bash at the Beach accounts for that.
Like those are a little bit fun, but we don't really do anniversaries on the show.
Even the Cavs championship, which it seemed like everybody in town was just doing, hey, 10 years ago. And you were right. That's awesome online. That's kind of a boring conversation on the radio.
Yes. Like I think it was Mr. Cleveland had posted something about the best player you ever played against in high school football, and I said, well, because it's my running gag that, yeah, I played against Ted Ginn Jr. I was on the field on special teams when Ted Ginn Jr. happened to be out there. Like that, it happened to line up that way, but I did not play against Ted Ginn Jr., but it's my little gag. But I don't want to turn that into people calling in going, I faced off against Robert Smith back in it. Like, no, like congratulations, you played against a really great player, but those are conversations that happen at a bar at 1:30 in the morning after a lot of drinks.
Yeah, like the best Northeast Ohio high school basketball players you've ever seen.
Yes,
Great at a bar.
yeah.
Not so great on Sports Talk Radio.
Which, by the way, I mean, I grew up, and here I am doing it. I almost did it right there because I'm like, well, I grew up going to Canton McKinley games, Kenny Peterson, Mike Doss, et cetera,
Yeah.
and I almost started doing it right there. All right, let me stop myself. I just try to avoid, because to me, the All-Star game is the only thing that still hasn't been bastardized. We just don't like All-Star games that much anymore. We just don't like them. We don't.
Kenny, we don't even like regular season sporting events anymore.
and because
why would we like All-Star games?
You are right, and because we don't like
And we see all the
All-Star
players now in
games-
baseball.
Yeah,
with interleague play.
I don't need to fix the All-Star game. You're right about that. I think interleague plays kind of killed the All-Star. Not killed the All-Star game, but whatever.
Which is still,
has
by the way,
affected it.
that's a fair trade-off.
Because it's still baseball. It's still a baseball
But
game.
that's a fair trade-off. When I was young, and there wasn't the player movement that there is today in sports, which in every sport, there's significantly higher player movement. So when we were younger, this is going to sound like old men just yelling into the air, but when we were younger, you would see matchups in an All-Star game. of great Titans, guys that have made 8 All-Star games that had never faced off.
Yeah.
A pitcher had never seen a hitter and vice versa. And now unless it's a young player, that's becoming harder and harder. Why? Because there's interleague play and players change teams every year.
Yes.
So the novelty of the All-Star game is gone. Like that once in a lifetime, oh my God, we're finally going to see this matchup.
It's the dead time in sports, and I don't like, of all the All-Star games, we don't need to fix baseballs. Other ones, like one needs to go away. The NFL, now I'm doing it. I didn't want to do it, and here we are. One needs to go away. That's the NFL. I don't know what you do with the NBA. If you want to make it go away, fine. It's just everybody bitches the whole weekend about the whole NBA thing, which I always bring up. I love the simplicity of Home Run Derby. It's just amazing that it's the same thing it's always been. It's never changed. It never will.
They rearrange the deck chairs every year.
But it's still the same concept. C-ball, hit it into the seats, and everybody go oohs and ahs. And everybody rips the dunk competition. I go, they're trying creative things
to entertain people
to get it in. And maybe it's, I got to sneeze. Go ahead.
Yeah, it has become
Whoopsie-daisies,
so criticized that you're like, man, maybe it's just leave it to the hoops people. And if the hoops people are into it, great. It's not for the casuals anymore. When I was young, it was.
Because there was stars who were doing it. And now, obviously, the biggest star on the face of the earth has never participated in it. And that's always been a bone of contention with a lot of people. You know, I like auto racing. NASCAR's is absolutely abysmal. Just garbage, trash the whole way. There's no way around it. They have completely missed the mark on everything when it comes to their all-star race.
Well, imagine doing all-star UFC or MMA. It wouldn't make any sense.
Isn't every fight an all-star appearance in MMA?
But what I mean is calling something an exhibition.
Yeah.
It just doesn't really...
friendly.
But before, it was like... What I liked about the All-Star race before, it was called something else, which you can't call it now because it's a cigarette company. The other thing is that $1 million back then was a hell of a lot of money. In 1987, $1 million was a boatload. In 1992, $1 million was still a boatload. Now they can't even really get the cars on the trailer for $1 million, let alone, that doesn't matter. And I know they've upped the money, but you're moving it all over the place. And I love North Wilkesboro. Don't get me wrong. It's just moving it to Dover and all that. It's like, this is stupid. Stop being stupid and just go back to doing things the way that your core audience likes them done, for the love of God. And there's not much you can do with the NFL because your core audience loves football players being healthy and playing in real football games, not flag football and whatever else. So there's not much you can do there. But baseball, it's like, hey, it's still baseball. I don't need to sit there and complain about the All-Star game and trying to, quote-unquote, fix the All-Star game. There's no fix that's needed in baseball's All-Star game.
Do you find it interesting that one thing has kind of remained pretty steady most of our lives is that when a pitcher, like we always talk about the yin and the yang, pitcher versus hitter, and in each sport, offense versus defense, but in baseball, when the pitchers are only going one inning, and they get to fire 100-mile-an-hour fastballs, the hitters are at such
a disadvantage,
such a handicap.
Yes.
And it just goes to underscore the one thing about this game that is a little bit different, that the pitchers still do, despite everything that baseball did. They made the baseballs fly further with their manufacturing of the baseball.
Let me see here.
And then Junior Caminero gets hit on the hand and breaks his hand in the All-Star game, which is what happened last
They came back negative. The X-ray. Okay, here we go.
I'm watching him lay in the middle of the dirt right now.
See,
that looks like positively he's hurt.
This is a total overreaction. Like I saw Keith, did you see what Keith texted? Is that why you brought it up?
No.
Okay, because Keith's like, they only had 3 hits. It's a total disaster for baseball. More people are going to be watching Lionel Messi today. Lionel Messi's an international superstar, and this is probably his last go at it, I would imagine. I'm not sure how old he is, but it seems like it would be. Like it would be a big deal with Lionel Messi. But just because the American League won 4-0, like it was 7-6 last year, it was 5-3 the year before, 3-2, 3-2, 5-2, 4-3, 8-6. Let's not be stupid, Keith. This is a blip on the radar. All right, I will agree that 100 miles an hour every inning is a little bit of it puts the hitters at a disadvantage.
It absolutely does.
But it's nothing that needs to be fixed. Unless you want them to go play slow pitch softball. then I guess you can do that. Give them aluminum bats, and hopefully nobody gets decapitated.
All right, if you had this,
I mean, what do you want to do?
Do not give them
If
aluminum
you want to do
great question.
something stupid,
No.
then just do something
If
stupid.
you
Because
had-
arguing against the
Just
All-Star
give them
game
guns
is
and they
stupid.
can shoot at each other.
Sorry.
if
sorry.
you had two
Lima, go
stadiums
ahead.
next to
Whoever
each
you-
other and the tickets, every person got tickets and you did whatever sample size you wanted, and you had Major League Baseball All-Star Game here, and right next to it you had the Savannah Bananas taking on the Party Animals, which are now being
We're the
televised.
firefighters and the clowns.
Now you're talking.
They're now being televised. What are people picking?
I'm picking the All-Star game.
I do think a lot
I'm
of people
picking the
are
best
picking
of the
the
best.
All-Star game. If it's that and they're in proximity
Are
and
they
you're
the s-
there, I think they're going to the All-Star game. Now, your kids might go, I don't care.
Are they the
I
same
wanna go
price?
see Bananas.
Are they the
I
same
said, yeah,
price?
everybody
ticket?
gets one
Okay.
ticket.
Everybody gets one ticket, same
The
price.
Savannah Bananas have become, I know there's only one game at a time, although it's not true, actually. Now they've
They
spun it off.
have a traveling schedule. Like, we're
Yes.
getting them here, but it's not, neither one of the teams will wear bananas.
Yeah, you might not get the Party Animals.
Why don't they just put one of the teams in banana uniforms? Or we
I
can't do
agree.
that?
No, the Savannah Bananas
agree.
are a very
Look,
distinct brand.
I keep seeing a Spasmatics in Dallas, and I've seen their asses in Cleveland.
Cleveland.
So I don't know what's going on.
I don't understand that. There's more than one Blippy. There was more than one
Yes, there was.
Gallagher. I don't know
Yeah.
why you can only have one Savannah Bananas. Because to me, my kids aren't really interested in Savannah Bananas, which is like the only one in the neighborhood that aren't interested in Savannah Bananas.
There's only one Miss Rachel, and she has made it abundantly clear
But
her thoughts on geopolitics.
If I'm going to, more on that at 6:40, if I'm going to pay a premium price to see Savannah Bananas, I want to see the Bananas.
yeah.
If you pay to see the Doobie Brothers, you didn't want to pay to just see one of them. I want to see the
just made me
whole
realize,
show.
You know what's going to happen. If for whatever reason, I don't have any reason to believe like this didn't do well in ratings. I don't know. Was there World Cup on at the same time? Or was that earlier in the day? France going down, by the way. 2-0.
France went down 2-0.
2-0,
And everybody
humiliation.
showed pictures of the Frenchman crying. So I'm like, I'm not getting involved in this.
So you'll know that the baseball All-Star game needs help. If 1 year they try to do, all right, because this is what the NBA would do. It's the All-Stars from both the National and the American League taking on the All-Stars from the Savannah Bananas and the Party Animals. That's when
In a
you'll
real
know.
baseball game or a fake
Well,
baseball
that's
game?
where it all.
That's up for you to decide.
Because
If Paul Skeens is on stilts,
if you
Now we're
played
doomed.
real baseball, you could play it in any college football stadium you want to. That's going to be a beating. Well, it's baseball, so sometimes you always hear like a pre-season or a spring training game where a college team beats a pro team. But
And that's where these guys all came from, right?
Yeah.
Like, are they even all D1? Didn't somebody
Yeah.
say they're D2?
No, they're all. I mean, I'm sure they all got a cup of coffee in the minors at some point and all that stuff. I'm not saying they're bad baseball players by any means. They're just not Major League Baseball players. They're not.
we're
Excuse
still
me.
a few years away from a guy who grew up a gymnast going, "Give me a glove, I'm doing backflips."
Yeah, it's different. These are
But if you
all
present a
stars.
baseball player with the opportunity to go sign a 10-year, $700 million contract or play left center for the Bananas, I think he's still going to try to get.
Totally agree. Like, no one's hanging with Matt Olson with the Savannah Bananas. This is not happening. I'm sorry. But they put on a good show, and I understand why they sell. I'm not one of the people who hate the Savannah Bananas. I don't like this whole thing that, like, now the podcasts are going after the Savannah Bananas. Like, let the families have their fun, man. Let them have their fun.
And if that gets them into baseball,
yeah,
then
it's fine.
Then that's a bonus, right?
Yes, let the families have their fun. Let them do it. College football fans are weird because they're playing it in their stadiums. Go, you guys know how much money you make on those? At A&M, you know how
It's
much money you made
insane.
there. You know how much money you made at Death Valley and Clemson, letting the Bananas play. An ass load of money. That's fine. If you can use some of it for NIL, you're laughing. Okay, I'm glad we got out of this without having to fix the All-Star game because it's the worst time in sports. Is LeBron going to make his decision tomorrow?
Ooh, could it be? Finally, Thursday. Someone thought it was last night. Everybody was getting excited about last night. Didn't happen.
Speak of the devil, I think we're trying to validate our own thoughts and our own hopes and dreams, and I'll explain that coming up at 6:23. And let's get political coming up at 6:43 on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
companies you can trust.
Call Home Genius Exteriors now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS. See website for details.
Don't be that guy who missed the biggest Cavs news during the offseason. Hear the latest during our exclusive 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Politics coming up at 6:43. It is the political show at 6:43. Are we really just trying to validate our own feelings? Heard Nick and Jonathan yesterday about the chances of the Cavs winning a championship with or without LeBron, where you told me that Zach Lowe, who is a venerable NBA voice, had said he believes the Cavs can win it. Apparently there was a debate whether or not the Cavs could win a title with or without LeBron over on the Ringer. And Zach Lowe said, I disagree with Bill Simmons. I think they can win a title with LeBron James. It's like, well, we thought they could win a title without LeBron James over the last 2 years at different points, didn't we? Maybe not as much this year, but definitely 2 years ago, a lot of people thought they could win a title, and there was no LeBron James on that team.
Yeah, like every team that wasn't Oklahoma City or Boston Celtics, who ironically we got past this year, went further in the playoffs than they did. I've always thought, like most teams in the NBA, it's really hard to win a championship. It was super hard to win one when we had LeBron James in his prime and had one of the best teams ever built around him. So it just, they always had a shot. You never heard me going into the playoffs going, we are going to win it all this year. I never had that level of confidence.
Well, that's why I'm trying to figure out what is going on here with the emotional attachment. The emotional attachment is clear if you bring up the nostalgia. But when it comes to winning a championship, it's not this guaranteed ticket to the finals to face whoever comes out in the West if you get LeBron James. He certainly helps because you would be losing, in this mix, you would be losing Jared Allen more than likely because of the second apron. All right, that's fine. It's not necessarily the finest thing. He's a better player than Jared Allen is, and he always has been and always will be. Sad to say for Jared Allen. Jared Allen's a fine player. We're talking about the greatest to ever play the game, though, at least in this generation. So that's fine. You're a better basketball team. But I just keep going, what is the difference? Do we just has he become a security blanket still at 41 years old? I'm not trying. I think that what we are doing right now, we have talked about this for 2 weeks, and I'm starting to see some things over the last couple of days going, do you really mean that, or are we just trying to find more things to say about LeBron James? And I'm not talking about Cleveland media. I'm talking about the assembled masses everywhere. They got to get content. I don't blame them if they feel that way. If they don't, then either A, they're trying to stir up something, or B, they're just trying to find a new way to skin the cat, and I think they're trying to do it the wrong way. You're a better team with LeBron. But damn it, I still would look at this team as a contender and then possibly a disappointment if you don't get LeBron James here, because you have to be a contender to be disappointing, do you not?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So it's not this end-all, be-all, let's create this team with LeBron, and then we have a chance to win a championship. You have a chance to win a championship anyway. You really do. There will be moves that if you don't land LeBron some way, somehow, there will be moves that have to be made, and they will probably be made by February, which is a long way off. I understand that. But damn, man, it is not what we've dealt with in history. And I think that some of us are losing grip on this.
They dominated the Eastern Conference for 4 years the last time LeBron was here.
Yes.
And they went right to the NBA Finals.
One time, didn't they go 12-0 in the postseason before they played the Heat?
Yeah.
Or before they played the Warriors?
Yeah, and that's not happening in either conference now.
No.
Ask Oklahoma City. Ask the
Different
Boston
animal.
Celtics.
Yep.
Ask any of these teams. Nobody is waltzing through and getting right to the NBA Finals like it is just their destiny. That's just not happening. In fact, the Knicks went on this incredible 15-1 to conclude their playoffs. There's only a handful of teams that have ever done that in the history of basketball.
Yes.
And analytically speaking, if you just go by the numbers, they might have went on the most impressive run of any team in NBA history. And yet, things were looking very bleak when they were down 2-1. Or you can rewind and go during points of the regular season. I think it was the month of January where everybody was wondering, oh my God, is Mike Brown going to get fired? like this team has no shot to win anything.
Well, it seemed like he was going to be one and done there for a moment.
Yeah, so we just have to learn from this and not just assume we know, because obviously there's so many things that can happen in the NBA with only 5 guys on the floor, especially injuries. Think of how significant one Nick injury would have been. If they would have had the equivalent to the Jalen Williams injury that Oklahoma City had, then they're not winning the championship. It just takes one guy. So it does kind of make me laugh when we talk so definitively about the NBA, like, Cavs have no chance to win a championship. Why even bother playing? It's like, Cavs are still really good. And that's without LeBron James.
Yeah.
If you add LeBron, it's a massive upgrade over Dean Wade.
Well, LeBron is a fantastic player, obviously, and he still is at 41 years old. But you also have this situation play out where I think that so many of us have started to put our eggs in the basket. One, because I think they want something new and exciting, even though he's old and exciting, but something exciting to talk about with these guys. And the second thing is I think that our history, our memories, are probably better than the current player. And I have to watch myself on that. I mean, let's be serious. I wake up 3:20 in the morning. And anybody listening to this wakes up very early in the morning anyway, so you more than likely have been up for 90 minutes if you're listening to this. You don't get a chance to see LeBron in L.A. a lot, except for the postseason, unless you're a hardcore basketball fan, unless you're watching it on replay or on the weekends or things like that. You haven't probably got to see a lot of LeBron over the last 8 years. All right, so your memories are him as a Zeus, him as the best player in the NBA, 101 MVP, leading candidate every year, arguably the more deserving guy out of anything because of what MVP is defined by. We got to remember, he's averaging 60-plus games a season. That's not a knock on him. We have to load manage because he's 41. But also, because he's 41, I can't just go, okay, now go and win us a championship, especially with everything else that's going to come with it. Like, we do have to understand what we're getting into, and I'm fine with it. Guys, I'm 100% behind bringing back LeBron James. But let's understand what we have to get by. This is what a team of veterans and the challenge that's going to be put on this team. If they do get LeBron, what's going to be put on this? Because Evan Mobley's going to have to grow up even faster, and he's already had 5 years, and I think a lot of people are starting to lose their patience with him already. You have Donovan Mitchell, who obviously has a monkey on his back when it comes to the postseason. James Harden, it's just understood. Those veteran guys are going to have to be able to not just be able to get into the postseason, position themselves in the postseason for probably home court advantage, and then against what teams that they could find the great matchups with. Also dealing with the distraction of what's going to be his last year and not turn against LeBron on that. And LeBron's going to have to be able to do that too.
But he's
the one guy. Compartmentalize.
Yeah, he's the one guy who I have zero questions.
And I think he can. But will the other guys be able to do it? Because I do think he can compartmentalize going, okay, we're in Atlanta tonight, and they're going to give me some Atlanta thing, and I'll wave at everybody at half court. Because I'm assuming it's going to be a one-year thing, and then that's it. I'd love it to be 2, but I'm assuming it's going to be 1. In either way, if he is 2, you will just deal with this in 2027, 28. I think that he has to go out to half court every game, wave, they play a video tribute. You're going to do that every game. Now, maybe you get used to that. LeBron will be able to handle it. Everybody else is going to have to come with him. And this is a team that has gotten along together because everything's been hunky-dory. But it's also been one of the criticisms going, how do you guys respond when there's real pressure? Because you guys are great when everything's fine and dandy in the regular season, but when people turn the pressure up on you, you haven't responded. Well, LeBron's world is all pressure. Everything LeBron does has pressure with it.
I think he takes.
They have to respond.
I think one of the cool things about this, I actually think it, in a weird way, it takes pressure off so many of his teammates. Like, he's going to do his thing. He's going to do every media availability, every time there's an opportunity for him to talk during shoot-around or whatever. And, like, Donovan will just kind of, for the first time in his career, won't be the guy. And I think Donovan might be okay with that. He leads me to believe that's not a Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum situation where they're battling over who could be number 1.
But wouldn't he secretly be the guy? Because he's the one that's got to go out there almost every night. LeBron I will not.
Yes, but there's a difference between, hey, I need a guy to go get 30 in this game against a team that might be tanking, or I know the rules changed and everything in the NBA, but
I understand.
Going up against the Hornets on a given night. And there's a huge difference between that and we are coming to town and Donovan is the guy that's going to be, on the marquee. I think it's very different.
Do you believe they can still win a title, though, without LeBron?
It's very hard. Like you've seen
Is it
where
much
they are
harder
in the
than it is
order.
without LeBron than it is with LeBron?
I think it is. Especially because they haven't had a guy. They don't have a guy on the team that has been through those wars and has come out on the other side in the playoffs.
216-474-0092. I want to ask you guys that question. And early birds are going to be really mad or happy. I'm really not sure. I need your guys' help on something very political coming up in 5 minutes on The Fan.
It's already been a
experts. Keep your vehicle running at its best with Consumer Tire Pros. Whether you need new tires, brakes, alignments, or routine maintenance, their team has you covered. Great brands, trusted service, and convenient locations. Book your appointment today at ConsumerTire.com. Your local tire and auto service experts.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
.644, all you early risers are needed right now. 216-474-0092. There is something that has passed.
On the vote, the yeas are 308, the nays are 117. The bill is passed.
In the House of Representatives that would make daylight savings time permanent throughout the United States. LeBron ain't making his decision yet. I'll get back to LeBron coming up here in a bit. This has been a long time effort. I'm looking at a Yahoo right now. A long time effort, obviously, to standardize time. And the debate is raging on whether or not this is a good or a bad thing, whether or not daylight savings time is something that's right, or there'll be something called standard time. Yes. Saving standard time, which I'm learning about all of it. So you runners, stop what you're doing or try to talk to us while you're running, like Sarah Ono.
Mm-hmm. And all her friends. This puts all their lives in jeopardy.
So why?
In the cold months of the year.
I'm on a fact-finding mission here. Let me understand.
This directly puts my wife and her friends' lives in danger.
I will tell you, this happens. This is now happening. This is a now twice-a-year argument.
Yeah,
it happens every fall, every spring, and I still forget which side I like. So if it's permanent daylight savings, what time does the sun come up in the winter? If it's permanent DST,
9 a.m.
It's pretty late, eh?
Very late, which I thought, and I've obviously flip-flopped on this. When I was single, I just wanted as much light into the evening as humanly possible, as much of the year, which is what this would do, right? This would give you more of the daylight in the winter
keeps the
later.
Time that we currently have.
Yeah.
We just stay on this time.
Yes.
We don't fall back at any
point. And then that would make the sun rise at 9 a.m., which is
in the winter
pretty late.
It would also not set at 4:30 in December.
No, yeah, that's true. It would probably set when 6 or 7.
I'd say
closer to
5:30.
6 p.m., 5 p.m. Yeah.
Okay.
All depending on where you are.
Again, I
fall back.
I'm not a meteorologist. I'm not an astrologer. I don't know. If it were standard time. Now, Sarah hates this because she runs early in the mornings.
Yeah, it's the only chance that she gets that makes sense in her schedule. And I know this is all we do. We look at our own schedules and determine how they can help us the most.
When does she have a retirement tour?
What do you mean?
I mean, she's a competitive runner. When does Sarah Ono have her retirement tour?
Oh, I don't think that's ever happening.
Never?
I mean, I guess until her body breaks down to such an extent where she wouldn't be able to do it.
I certainly hope that doesn't happen.
Her mentors, I mean, they run into their 70s. Like they don't ever stop.
At 5 in the morning or whatever it is?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is going to be your life now.
Yeah. Oh, it's I've been
chosen
resigned.
Wisely.
I have been resigned to that for many, many years.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, there's worse things that happen in life. Okay. So if they put standard time, what time would the sun rise then in the winter during standard time? Do we know?
What do you mean?
What you said, permanent daylight savings.
Yeah.
Permanent daylight savings is the time now.
Yeah.
But if you were to use standard time, that means we just fall back in the fall, and then that's it. We wouldn't go spring forward anymore, right? And that's how that works.
Stay on what we're on currently.
This is daylight savings still.
Yeah.
Which is
what
the Sunshine Protection Act moving through Congress would make daylight saving permanent. There would not be standard
and then they
permanent.
would just change the name to standard time.
This would just be standard. Okay.
What we're on now is what we would stay on.
And so should we get rid of this, or should we fall back and then that's it? Is what I'm asking. That's what I'm at. I don't mean to. I'm not trying to confuse you on purpose. I'm not trying to be difficult.
Okay,
I don't know.
Nobody is arguing for the standard time to be permanent. They're arguing and now voting for daylight saving to be the rule of the land.
9 a.m. seems to be a little late for the sun to come up, guys. It seems to be a bit late.
Which would happen during the snow months, during the cold miserable months.
Well, I need to see this.
But the opposite, if we're going to just stick to one, think about it. What time's the sun come up now?
The sun comes up now
It's
at
up.
5.
5 something, right?
Yeah.
Before the show starts.
Yeah.
Well, then it would be an hour before that if we switch to the other time.
Which, again, nobody is arguing.
4
I do
a.m.
not want 4:30 a.m. suns. I lived in Anchorage for 3 years.
I've seen insomnia.
It was really cool when I, on the solstice day, when it fell on a weekend, and Owen put 22 hours of hardcore drinking in because the sun was out.
Well, yeah, why not?
Not cool after Owen worked a 12-hour shift and just wanted to go to bed.
Okay.
And the sun would not leave.
That makes sense. Because if the sun rises at 9, you have your whole other situation
And
going.
the sun also sets.
I think if you have a late sunrise, honestly, like if you go to work at 9, it's dark. If you go to home at 5, it's going to be getting dark. That can't be good for somebody. That can't be good. Complete darkness for months at a time can't be great. Complete light for months at a time can't be really great either. So can we find a happy medium? Can I take a half hour here or there? Can we do something like that? I'm being honest. I don't know. I'm thinking about.
You would like to make 5:30 the new 5?
I don't know. I want to know what's
he
safe.
wants half measures.
I want to know what would give everybody a decent balance of sunlight because wintertime's bad enough as it is.
Programming at 05 instead of right at
That's
the top
right.
of the hour.
6:05, baby.
Turner.
It's time for the Superstation.
not do that?
Can we have Superstation time? Ted
Shave
Turner
a minute
time.
off every 3 hours.
Could do something like that. But honestly, it can't be good for somebody's mental well-being. The sun rising at 9 and then setting at 5. If you're going to work from 9 to 5, you're never seeing the daylight other than when you're at work, and that you're going to turn into Jack Torrance in The Shining. If it rises at 9, there's also, and I know I've read this wasn't my thought, the school buses and things like that, you got kids standing out there in the dark, which isn't very great. And then honestly, when it's wintertime and the snow's up to your shoulders and it's dark outside, it's just going to make you feel even worse. So those are 3 things off the top, even though 1 and 3 are kind of the same way. I think there is a bit of a safety issue when it's night out time, all that stuff. But if you were to work it even earlier, 4 in the morning daylight that's pretty outrageous.
But again, I don't know why you keep bringing that up. Nobody is looking to pass legislation to make the standard time permanent. It's to make daylight saving permanent.
Okay.
So you keep bringing up the inverse of this, and nobody's arguing for that.
Okay, so there's no competing. Oh,
Correct.
I understand where you guys are at on that. Okay, so I'm bringing up something that's not even up for vote. All right. Let me get to Michael on the road. He's next up on the Fan. Hello.
What's going on, guys?
Hey. Hi, Michael.
All right, so basically you got to invest in a headlamp. That's what I'm a trail runner, so, we're running in the woods, long distance ultra marathons.
Will the government then cut me a rebate so I can get my own headlight?
File that with your HSA when you get your running watch.
This man knows what he's talking about. Michael, well done. That's a great call. Thank you for making it. Adam in Dayton. Go ahead.
I should
real
add,
quick.
women in general don't feel good about walking or running in the dark ever, anywhere.
No.
Whether it's the suburbs, whether it's urban areas, they don't feel comfortable doing
I think
anything
there's
in
plenty
darkness.
of times I don't think I like rocking around in the dark, to be honest with you.
It looks like there's a lot of times you don't like running around either.
No, I ain't running anywhere.
Oh, come on.
That's true.
Me neither.
I ran
You ran drills. Come on. You've been running drills.
In the ladder yesterday?
Oh, I didn't run the ladder. I did run over to my truck across the football field yesterday because one of us forgot the footballs. Not me. It wasn't my responsibility. And I called them, and I was out of breath, and they were like, we're bringing the footballs. Don't worry about it. I'm like, I just wasted a run for no reason. Adam in Dayton, you're next up on the Fan.
Yeah, guys, how you doing?
We're doing wonderful. Go ahead.
I run and walk every morning. Give me daylight savings time. Just wear reflective gear, and it's on the runner's job to be more careful.
High vis. Okay.
Yeah, the whole circadian rhythm thing or whatever. I would be less miserable as a person with being a Browns fan if in the fall and everything I had more daylight in the evening.
What if I like to dress like a cat burglar? Does that make things worse?
Then watch for headlights and try not to get hit by a car.
Okay, I'll make sure of it. Adam, thank you very much for the call. This is a controversial thing. I'm looking online.
I think pedestrians have, in general, found out the hard way that they will always lose, whether it's daytime, nighttime.
They're not bigger than cars?
They always lose these battles ultimately because people driving are either intoxicated or now just stare at their phones.
And there's less of them in the daytime. That's the whole thing. There's less of them in the daytime. And so when you have more daylight, people are going to make that argument. I'm sorry?
Not where I hang out.
Okay, fine. But I think a lot more people drive in the daylight, and that's part of the argument for standardizing the daylight savings. I just want to know what is safe. Now, there's something you see. This is where I got confused. See, I got tweeted at years ago. Mm-hmm. There's a nonprofit called Save Standard Time, and it's all about a standard time. I thought standard time was up for debate. I didn't realize this is not even a House bill or anything like that. So I thought it was. If it's not, and we're trying to make daylight savings time standard or making that permanent, I just don't want to have to be tired for 2 weeks every fall and tired for 2 weeks every spring. Because it used to not affect me. I also was 20 years old.
You're saying that
it affects me every year now.
The clock changes have been hard for you to adapt to.
They throw you off. Do they not throw you off?
It's more about the kids, honestly, during their sleep patterns, trying to get them up to speed as quickly as possible.
Yes.
For us, that was just, our experience.
I mean, I'm not trying to turn this thing into a coal mine here. That's what I'm saying. Can we find a happy medium in Congress? You don't think this will pass the Senate,
it looks like they're going to have a much harder time with the Senate based on the votes right now and based on, which senators are actually there to vote. Some of them are not available to vote.
Which one of these gives me cheaper gas? Because that's the one I vote for.
Well, there are a bunch of debates about energy efficiency. But again, like anything in politics, people have numbers to back up exactly their argument.
Well, if it's dark out more, you use more electricity, ain't you? Right?
I am right.
We switched to candles.
And it's about time.
Sleep hats.
This is all a conspiracy by Big Candle. Yankee Candle is behind all of this. I'm telling you right now. The Amish are behind it. It's coming after you.
I'm running a Charles Dickens type household.
745. You want a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals. You got to win 2-second trivia to do it, though. 745, 2-second trivia. And in 5 minutes, Joe Flacco can joke with everyone. Except Shedeur Sanders, apparently. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima on the Fan. Northeast Ohio.
and what you haven't done the last 5 years with Donovan, and certainly what you might do with Evan. And then I'm going right into, LeBron's here. Cool, I'm going to kick my feet up and be a Cavs fan for 2 years.
The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up in a bit, Lima, did you know that we're documentary stars now?
Worst neighbor ever?
No.
Oh, Monsters?
No.
Well, which one was it?
The one about Richard Ramirez.
Gee whiz.
Coming up at 8:20 this morning, Greg Schwartz is going to join us on the show Gee whiz. Greg Schwartz is going to join us on the show for Bleacher Report NBA writer. We'll get back to LeBron coming up here in about 20, 25 minutes. But the Netflix documentary Quarterbacks came out, which we'll have more on that coming up here in a little bit. However, Joe Flacco, I didn't see this, but I saw most of episode 1, but I don't remember seeing this, so I apologize. Maybe I didn't see as much of episode 1 as I thought I did. Joe Flacco, Shedeur Sanders, Browns camp, hit it.
You notice Shedeur don't have just like a clear visor. He's got the clear mirror.
You know when you're growing up, they're like, take your visor off. Who do you think you are? It's like,
yeah, but if you wear a visor, you think it's for look. You think you look sweet. It's that era. Like, I don't want my kids to wear visors either. They all want visors. I'm like, guys, they're not even like, they're just annoying. They're gonna fog up. They are.
They look sweet, and then when you take them off, you can breathe so much better.
Yeah, dude.
But it looks swaggy. You can put it back on.
It's all about look. When I was a kid, I wanted a visor too, and then I'm like, the visors suck. They don't make any sense. So you're not gonna let your kids wear a visor? I would let them wear it, but I would tell them, like, you're a quarterback, bro. You're wearing a visor. You look like an idiot. If you're a quarterback and you're trying to look, you can tell you're trying to look too sweet, like, then. But I like my mirror. I get it. Let's get a win, and then maybe I'll put a visor on.
I disagree with Joe. Andy Katzenmoyer was extremely concerned with eye safety.
He wasn't a quarterback.
Very true. Audio courtesy of Netflix. I'm actually concerned. Of all the things, because people are like, Ken, how could you let your son play such a barbaric sport? And I'm like, guys, it's cool. I have him wear a clear visor because I'm so weird about my eyes. And so I'm afraid he's going to get poked in the eye. And they don't have any of the crossbar anymore. So I go, nope, he's got to have a visor.
Orlando Brown probably wishes he would have had a visor.
Of all the things, God rest his soul, you animal. Okay, I mean, it's actually true.
Didn't it end his career?
Yeah. No, I mean, he came back.
Oh, he did?
He did come back, but it was a while.
Take the outside rush.
Can't believe Jeff Triplett. My God. Anyway.
Those flags pack quite a wallop.
So well, you just got one for everything today, don't you? All right. I didn't hear that until just now. Joe Flacco. Now, you are much more in tune with Shedeur Sanders fans than I am.
Yes. Yeah.
You are either public enemy number 1 or number 2, depending on the day of the week. And it's made you very close with his fan base. And they were upset with Joe Flacco for making these jokes about the visor?
They thought it was kind of a jerkish, they use a different term, but a jerkish move for him to criticize Shedeur's style or I don't even know, does Shedeur do it for style or does he do it to protect?
Did he wear a visor? He had a visor a couple times in college, didn't he? I don't know if he had a mirrored or cleared visor or anything like that. I'm not sure. I remember Greg Fry wore a visor years and years and years ago at Ohio State. Jim McMahon had a visor years ago. I think a couple of guys did it for like a little bit here and there back in the early days of the visors. You really don't see them a lot. But Joe Flacco's getting ripped for saying about Shedeur.
Yeah, they thought, even though I thought he was just busting stones, I thought that was just...
Sounded like he was.
But busting stones and then also...
Was Shedeur laughing during the clip?
Yeah, it seemed like it. I thought he took it all in stride. I took that as the veteran also, yes, busting stones, but also trying to impart a little bit of wisdom on a young kid. And he was doing it by also throwing his own kids under the bus. Like, my kids also want to wear the visor. So I wonder if the Shedeur fans thought... Oh, you are putting Shedeur in a box like, hey, you're the kid, like almost making him seem like he's not on his level, which I don't think he was doing that at all. I think he was just saying, hey, it's your quarterback, don't wear visors, but doing it in the nicest possible way.
all right. So really, I just thought it was ball busting.
Yeah.
In so many ways. Okay. Because I mean, the camps are long. You gotta have a sense of humor and joke with each other.
Almost a year ago.
I didn't see it. You said Shedeur was very good natured about it as well.
Oh, he had a smile on his face.
All right. Well, people are going to get worked up and upset about everything.
I couldn't see his eyes because he had the visor on.
Well, that's outstanding by you. There's something else going on, though, with the quarterbacks here. And Joe Flacco is no longer a quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. It doesn't seem like he ever will be again. And we wish Joe all the success in the world in the future here, unless he's playing against the Browns. However, Albert Breer yesterday was on Afternoon Drive. And, they were talking about quarterbacks here. And there is a discussion to have about these two QBs. Not about who's better, because I told you earlier this week, no one's convincing anybody who's better when it's July 14th, now 15th of anything. They're just going to have to go out there and play the game and practice, and we'll see who ends up being the winner out of all this. But there seems to be where they were having two separate passing camps between the two quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers had a picture of him and Mason Rudolph and a bunch of other ones. Will Howard was left out. They made a big deal about it in Pittsburgh. Here we have Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson having different camps at different times with different wide receivers and things and such. And Albert Breer of Monday Morning Quarterback was asked about that yesterday afternoon. Here's Albert's answer.
If you have two quarterbacks with competing camps and the receivers and the running backs and the tight ends have to pick which to go to, you got bigger problems than scheduling. If that's allowed to happen, and you've got drama over that, that's probably not great, So I think in a case like this, if one quarterback is going to put it together, then you would hope that he would let the other quarterbacks know what the plan was and invite them to be part of it. And I think generally it would be the guy who's the most veteran guy. The presumed starter obviously would be the preference. And when there isn't one, I would think it would be the older guy.
I could understand that. I don't see it being the problem the way that a lot of others. I understand where Albert Breer is coming from here. This is a very odd quarterback, quote-unquote, controversy. Because I don't think that they see each other as real big cutthroat competition. I think the people around them might, but I don't think that they see each other that way. They were teammates last year.
Yeah, why do you think that is? Especially because you'd think the stakes are pretty high for this quarterback competition. If it's Deshaun Watson and he can't win this against the player who really struggled last year as a fifth-round pick, that's it for Watson. If Shedeur in turn can't win this, now where's he getting the opportunity?
Great question. I'm not trying to rationalize something that's uncomfortable. It is an uncomfortable thing. I mean, you got two guys. One guy is fighting for his NFL life, but he has $230 million in the bank. The other guy is fighting for his NFL life, but he's obviously a major star. And if he plays football or if he doesn't play football, I think he's going to be in media some way, somehow. Okay? That being put out there, I think it's the people around them. I think it's the fans that make a big deal about this. I don't think that they make a big deal about it because, again, that we saw the articles. I mean, Mary Kay wrote it. Everybody wrote it, that they were on friendly terms, teammates, where Deshaun Watson was helping Shedeur Sanders with playbooks and things like that and understanding last year. I don't think they see each other the way that the fans see each other when it comes to Deshaun Watson versus Shedeur Sanders. I want Shedeur, obviously, to play this year. I don't want to see Deshaun Watson play for the Cleveland Browns again. He reminds me of bad things and what could have been for this football team. It tends to, because I'm a loudmouth with a microphone in front of me, it tends to make it an adversarial thing. And I still have to remember, I know what I saw last year. I know what I read last year. And even though it's a competition, I don't think they see each other that way. So this is just a very weird thing where fan bases and even inner circles might be going after each other, but I don't think the two quarterbacks are.
So if you're Todd Monken, what do you want to see from your quarterbacks? Do you want to see two guys that win at all costs, do whatever it takes, show that you're the alpha, that you don't see competition in that room because you're the guy?
Or do you want to see? You have to be a teammate.
Or do you? But that's what I'm saying. Like, could you see? It's totally different situations. But like Tom Brady, could you ever see him being anything but cutthroat? I cannot.
I can, and I think he was that way.
If he thought his job was in jeopardy,
not at the end. Can I tell you a difference when we come back?
Yeah.
Okay, do you think that this should be a cutthroat competition or should they be together on this? Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. I don't think that it should be cutthroat. You mentioned Tom Brady. I'm going to tell you why I don't like that example coming up in 5 minutes, as well as who's got the most pressure playing next to LeBron. And a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals up for grabs in 2-second trivia at 7:45 on The Fan. You know what else is up for grabs? Savings and great furniture at Northeast Factory Direct and Northeast Factory.
England for the championship on Sunday. That semifinal matchup is this afternoon in Atlanta. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Whether or not this should be a cutthroat competition, you use Tom Brady as an example, and I'm going to tell you why I don't see it this way and why I think that Shedeur should be in the driver's seat for that competition coming up here in moments. However, Lima, do you know that we're Stars Now, a documentary?
This did come across my desk.
Not Cropsey.
Yesterday.
Not
No.
Not Flowers. No, Flowers in the Attic was a movie.
It was.
And a book. And a book.
It was. Maybe that was a documentary on somebody's life. That'd be pretty twisted.
Apparently, we were featured in the Netflix documentary Season 3, Episode 2 of Quarterback.
That offense has held them back.
For sure. Right. Can they do better than what they have? Would these rookies make it better?
It is results-based. You're 1-2. No, don't put in Dylan Gabriel yet. You make that move, go back. So once you make that move, that's it. And I don't think I'm on the way to make that move just yet.
When you start out with 2 losses and you're on a team that did draft 2 quarterbacks, you know that there's a sense of urgency in the building to win football games.
I sound like an idiot.
Why?
You looked like
I thought you were in it. They show my face?
It is literally a YouTube. Whatever you're seeing on YouTube, if you go to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, it's that same thing.
Is he in it? Is Tone in it?
Yeah, you see his face.
Okay, so Tone is in it.
Yeah. You just hog up all the air with your talking. And
it's because I'm a big hog. I didn't know that.
So Flacco went 4 games.
Yes.
And then he was out of there.
Then he was gone, and then he got traded.
Gonzo.
And then we had Dylan Gabriel. And guess what? I didn't sound great there, but I was right. And no one wanted to see Dylan Gabriel ever again. Dylan Gabriel doesn't want to see himself with the Browns ever again. Okay. Did you like that you made the cameo in Quarterback? We didn't get to hear you. Maybe we will in later episodes. I'm not sure.
Maybe we're better off that we didn't get a chance to hear me.
Why? I'm just glad because you and I liked Joe Flacco.
Yeah, he was awesome.
He was really cool with us. And they came. I had no idea. And then it was said to me yesterday. I went, what? And then right after somebody told me, I got a lot of texts. And I didn't know what it was. I'm like, I hope I'm not ripping Joe. I hope they didn't take some clip of me having to be critical of him for something bad that he did. I hope I'm not ripping him. Because usually when they use media stuff, like remember when the show was featured in a commercial for a certain former player here in Cleveland, and it was the radio, and it was us being critical of that guy. Really, you being critical of that guy? I don't even think my voice was even in it.
Was that Kipnis?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And I'm like, I didn't want to just be negative all the time for the love of God. But when it comes to Joe.
Well, Joe was struggling big time.
He was.
In those first 4 games.
He did.
And then got traded. And then this is just touchdowns, interceptions. This is the most basic of all numbers because he had lost 3 out of 4 in those games in Cincinnati that he started. But he also looked dramatically different. He threw 11 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions. He was not the reason they were losing the games when he went to the Bengals.
Yeah, no, it was listen, he went from one mess to another mess.
Just a different kind of a mess.
Just a different kind of a mess with higher aspirations because they have better weapons for him. And he played well for a couple of games, and then there was the Pittsburgh game that things really came off the rails for him. But again, I got nothing against Joe Flacco whatsoever. He's a super nice guy, and will always have great. I saw in episode 1 because they went back to 2023. And love Andrew. Don't get me wrong. Love Andrew. Not a knock on Andrew Siciliano by any means, but it was great hearing Jim. And you're cordially invited to the playoffs. It's like, oh, man, this is such a great memory. And then 2024 and 2025 happened, and now here we are in 2026. And it leads us to this quarterback competition, which I think everybody asked to a man is probably sitting there thinking, yeah, our quarterback is going to be getting ready for college camp coming up here in about a week or so. And you asked me between the two guys, should it be a cutthroat competition? Because, Albert Breer was asked yesterday.
What do you think Todd Monken prefers from his quarterbacks? Does he want them to be nice and helpful? Or does he want them, when they come out and they're trying to name a starting quarterback this year, does he want them to be, not mortal enemies?
I think it's a very tough thing to ask because you want everybody to compete every single rep, every single day. No, you don't want anybody to feel like they're safe unless they're like Tom Brady, how you brought it up, right? But I know it's probably not like that with these guys. Like, I'd be surprised if we had some Mary Kay expose later on in the year where these two were at each other's throats throughout the. I'm like, what? Not according to what I read last year. I can only go based on what I've read and what I've seen. I've seen them be certainly cordial with each other and get along. I do think that there are certain camps around the players who have, I'm willing to say, have tried to plant things in how people may feel. I will say that. I think that it's much more cutthroat between their fans and their hangers-on than between the two players. Now, you asked me, do you think Tom Brady would do something like this? Tom Brady is a vicious competitor. But I also am reminded of, I don't know if he was like that at the beginning of his career when he was trying to make his way up. I think he had a lot of confidence in himself, but you also have to do it the right way. And he clearly did it the right way. You have to be a supportive teammate. You have to be able to see that throughout everything. You can't just be a jerk, because if you're willing to cast off a teammate right to the side and take over your team, I think that there's a moment where whoever wins this job should take a moment for themselves. Either Deshaun Watson should say to himself, I'm back, or Shedeur Sanders can look at himself and go, now we take off and now I'm the guy. They can do that privately. But, publicly and in the locker room, you got to remain supportive, because we haven't even started this season yet, and neither of you guys are out of the woods for your career. Just because you're named the starter of the Browns doesn't mean that it's all going to be sunshine and roses after this. So they're going to have to be respectful of each other. They're going to have to be complimentary of each other. Tom Brady was at a different point of his career. Brett Favre was at a different point of his career. They're holding on to something, and it's hard to let that go. And that's why I go back to that quarterback episode, because Joe Flacco talks about that in the quarterback episode 1, and how awkward it was when they took Lamar Jackson. And Joe's like, I would have liked to play 20 years in Baltimore, but the writing was on the wall right there when they took Lamar Jackson. Like, he's like, I can't be stupid about this. Mm-hmm. And for Deshaun Watson can't be stupid about it. They're going to have to remain complimentary of each other, because facts are, especially if Deshaun Watson ends up getting the starting job week 1, when do you really expect to see Shedeur Sanders? By October?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you're only making things worse for yourself. You gotta be able to get guys to follow you and lead. And that includes your backups. And that would include Shedeur. But you can't turn into this jerk and then go out there and suck up the room, because then no one's going to pay attention to you. Because clearly you were in it for yourself.
Well,
and I don't think they're like that with each other.
Yeah, it's interesting because, when we have defined roles, which we don't have on this team with the quarterbacks, when you have defined roles, what the starting quarterback is and then what the expectation is for a backup, it leads people to say things. I know you don't like this at all, and I've agreed with you, believe it or not, that, Shedeur couldn't possibly be a backup. He's too popular. That's too much for a head coach. I've been like, I think Shedeur has been, his fan base is a different story, but Shedeur seems like he would be nothing but helpful.
Some get it confused. I don't think that it's, when they say that and they just want him cut, I go, no. What? Why? I don't need him cut. He showed that he could be a backup last year. Hell, he could show he could be a fourth quarterback and have a better attitude than a lot of other people about it. Why can't he be a backup to start the year? It's not better for him to be a backup to start the year, but I think it is an acceptable outcome if it has to go that way.
Yeah, the Brian Hoyer talks about this a lot with the whatever it was with Johnny Manziel, and it was portrayed by some, even in the media and people close to the Browns, that Hoyer's being a jerk. And it was like, no, Hoyer was just really competitive and was going to show every which way he could that he knew the playbook better than Johnny, that he was putting in the work more than Johnny. And I don't know, Hoyer's talked a little about this.
Brian respects professionalism, and Johnny was anything but. That's the problem that happened between those two.
But what was said at the time from some of the Johnny supporters, the
I know it.
The extremists, and then even some people with the Browns, like Brian's being a bad teammate. And I was like,
wrong.
I don't know. Ask the head coach. Ask the head coach what he's looking for. Because I guarantee you the head coach at the time was Mike Pettin, right? At the time, and Kyle Shanahan, they wanted somebody who was going to demonstrate that they knew what the hell they were doing.
Yeah.
Even if that looked like they weren't being necessarily the most helpful of teammates.
You bring up the greatest point, because there was a lot of things that were said that were flatly untrue during that time, that year one with Johnny and with Brian. And I saw leadership qualities out of Brian that I didn't see out of Johnny. And I was too young and stupid and naive and wanted Johnny to be a star to really see it myself, to be frank. And Brian, when we started to see the wheels getting wobbly, which was really early in the process with Johnny, because you were more than welcome to show me, or more than willing to show me that stuff, it just became a point where, no, Brian's not a bad teammate. He's just not going to respect immaturity and unprofessionalism. He's been around the NFL. He stays around the NFL because he's a professional. Guys become career backups because they can be good teammates and they can continue to be professional. Now, for either of these guys, I don't know what Shador's future is if he were to be cut by the Browns. I don't know, because there's a lot of people who seem to just want nothing to do with the guy if he can't be a starter. With Deshaun Watson, that's obviously a totally different bowl of wax. Can you be a backup in the league if it doesn't work out with the Browns? So they're not in the same situation as those guys. But I think that they can remain cordial and supportive of each other and not have an ulterior motive. Everybody wants to play. Everybody wants to start, including the quarterback, and the quarterbacks who want to do it mostly. But you are not setting yourself up for success for yourself or for your teammates if you were to go in your shell and not be a good supportive teammate if you don't get that job. And I don't think that either one of those guys are like that with each other. I think there's definitely been situations like that before, and situations like that before with the Cleveland Browns. But in their case, I don't think it is that way. 216-474-0092. Maurice in the Bay Area, you're first up on the Fan. Hello.
What's up, Ken? What's up, Tom?
Hey. Hello, Maurice. Go right on ahead, friend.
Why you sound so down? But is it possible if I could add some context to this? So I think honestly, I don't think that people think that Shador should get cut and think that he shouldn't be a backup.
I don't think fans do at all. I think there's a minority of media who thinks he should be cut, and I totally disagree with them. I'm not wasting my time and my breath just to see him get cut at the end of all this. No.
And it's not his fans, so I think that they understand. Context is that I heard you say this the other day, Tom, and I was going to call, but you don't think that we should be able to add context to Shador's stats and this, that, and the third. But at the same time, I mean, what we got to understand now is that Monken is the coach, right? And so Monken used to be a quarterback himself. So, yeah, I heard the videos of Deshaun Watson saying he's going to step on people's necks, and they're starting to get competitive, and I think it's at the right time. So if you think about when they had the little Deshaun coming out to speak to the media for the first time, they let Shador go first, knowing he's kind of like the darling of the situation. He kind of like they're going to be good teammates. And I think, again, Shador's going to be the starter. But I'm saying the Browns are protecting the situation so that Deshaun can be the bridge quarterback that they said a couple months ago. So there goes some context. Monken is a quarterback himself. So, again, Shador's going to play with him. And so you guys are going to be happy at the end of the day.
Well, I want him. I clearly want Shador. And Maurice, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. And Maurice is listening on the free Odyssey app. Get it, especially if you're headed out of the area at some point here, because we got the LeBron stuff and campus starting next week with the rookies. So there's a lot to get to. And the second half of the Guardian season is there, and they're right there in the thick of things in the AL Central. So there's a lot to get to. Pick up the free Odyssey app. It's absolutely free. And you could use the leave a message, which is the coming in hot button, which you could take 30 seconds if you can't make a call. All that being pointed out there about the station, getting back to the tax of things here, when it comes to these two QBs, I just don't think it's going to be dramatic the way we want to. I think we're going to hear things from people, but I don't know how true they are. And that's what bothers me, because I think there's been some half-truths and some – I'm not going to accuse people of lying. I think there's been some half-truths and some stretches of things that have been put out there already this summer that I don't like that has come from neither of these two men.
Yeah, I would agree. I do think it's just, again, it's the fan bases are the ones that are most invested. And I'm not even talking about Browns fans. We've gotten to this. This is no longer going to be unique to these guys. You're going to see it forever now, that these players come in and they have fan bases that the only thing they care about is the player first before the team. Yeah, they might adopt the team over time if their quarterback has a role with that team. But so much of the noise from when we got Watson and now when we drafted Shedeur came from outside of Cleveland.
Yes.
It was these fans that had dug in and had made it their identity to follow that player. That's what I mean. Maurice said, oh, no, we don't, Shedeur fans don't all want him gone if he doesn't win the starting job. There is maybe it's a minority, but it is a vocal minority that they're ready to throw the Browns in the trash the minute they don't name him the starting quarterback if they don't.
And the Browns' history is blamed right on him, so I can't really look sideways at those fine folks who are just dropping in on being Browns fans all of a sudden here because their history would say that, they've been right more than they've been wrong about it. The fans, not the Browns.
Yeah.
216-474-0092. I throw that number out because it's your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. That's right. It's time for you to win 2-second trivia. You can win 2-second trivia by answering 2 questions within 2 seconds each, and you're getting a free 4-pack of meals from Mr. Hero. That's a lot of food for absolutely free. I mean, we're talking Roman burgers falling out of your pockets, but you got to win 2-second trivia. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. 8 o'clock, there is a new mystery team that might be in the services for LeBron James. We'll tell you who that is at 8:01, but 2-second trivia. Your chance to be eating some free Mr. Hero in 5 on the Fan.
Roofing.
appointment today at ConsumerTire.com, your local tire and auto service experts.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Each, and you're eating some Roman burgers, and your host at 2-Second Trivia, Anthony Lima. Tone, are you ready?
Oh, so excited this week, Kenny.
And away we go. Patrick in Cleveland, home of the Rhodes Rams. Patrick, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Lima, take it away.
All right, who was crowned MVP of last night's Major League Baseball All-Star Game?
Cody Bellinger.
Yes!
Wow. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. He is in the burn. All right, Patrick, it's your chance. You could be the one-time winner. You can eat a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals if you get the next question ready. Are you ready?
Yes, sir, Ken.
Lima, take it away.
Before transferring to Florida State, where did Jared Verse go to college?
No idea.
He did not go to God. No, I mean, he
one.
might be walking with God, but he did not go to God University. Not true.
I think that would be Liberty, right?
Doug in Strongsville. Doug, home of the Mustangs. Doug, good morning.
Good morning.
Don't be doing my fake radio guy voice to me,
I'm
Doug.
so sorry.
Keep doing it. That's fine.
You want me to take this one over?
Go ahead.
Nah, I'm gonna give.
You've angered the.
I'm gonna give Doug a chance. You've angered the fake. You've angered one of my many personalities. Doug, are you ready?
I guess so. Let's do it.
All right, I hope you lose. Lima, take it away.
All right, which St. Louis Cardinal won the home run derby in Philly, more than doubling his salary?
Jordan Walker.
Yes. They know their All-Star weekend, Kenny.
Happens on weekdays.
Ladies and gentlemen, Doug is in the barn. Doug, are you ready for your chance to eat some Mr. Hero combo meals?
Let's do it. I'm hungry.
Lima, take it away.
Which NBA player led the league in total offensive rebounds in this year's playoffs?
Mitchell Robinson.
Good guess.
Good guess.
Good, really good
It's
guess.
a real good guess.
That's a really good guess.
Fantastic guess. We welcome in Mike in Painesville, home of the Riverside Beavers. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Lima, take it away.
Which MLB All-Star called Cade Smith's splitter disgusting last night during the Midsummer Classic?
Not sure, but
A ruling.
It was after the buzzer.
Oh, boy.
Okay. That took like 18 seconds to say. All
Not
right.
Schwarber is not a guy's name.
Let's go to Jack in Westlake, home of the Demons. Jack, good morning.
good morning.
Lima, take it away.
Which Browns defensive player came in the NFL Network's top 100 at 93rd overall?
Denzel Ward.
No. It's not true, Jack. Sorry. Good, decent guess. not mistaken. Chris, good morning.
Morning.
Chris, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Lima, take it away.
Who eliminated the United States in the World Cup last week?
Belgium.
Yes.
Yes, home of the waffles. Chris is in the barn. Chris, your chance to eat some free Mr. Hero 4 times over. Are you ready?
Yes.
Lima, take it away.
What Cleveland-based music?
The accidentally said a different word there, too, so I had to make sure I hit that button. Sorry. Judas Priest. I thought he was going to get it. I really did. Excuse me. Are we ready to go again? Yep. Tony in Lakewood, home of the power outages. Tony, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing better than a lot of people in Lakewood, unfortunately. Hopefully they get their AC back. And you don't have your electricity either, Tony.
It turned on at like at 5 a.m. this morning, but it was still pretty hot.
You poor bastard, you.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't worry, we'll make it up.
Congratulations on all your success.
Well, you can eat some Mr. Hero. I'm sure they have AC in there. Lima, take it away.
All right, which former Browns player was blinded by a flag during an NFL game by official Jeff Triplett?
Whoa, what?
Tony, sorry. Hey, Tony's just a little bit too young to remember that moment. Oh, my bag almost fell over. Dan in Northfield, home of the Nordonian Knights.
Danny.
Dan, good morning.
How you doing?
Lima, take it away.
What is the name of the train Ken failed to take his son to see over the weekend for the second time this year?
Big-time listener Dan. Lee in Cuyahoga Falls, home of the Cuyahoga Falls Black Tigers. Lee, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Lima, take it away.
What Netflix show did Kenny and Anthony make an appearance on recently?
Quarterbacks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lee is in the barn. Lee has a chance to win the 4-pack of Mr. Hero Combo Meals. Lee, are you ready?
Bring it.
Lima, take it away.
Where is the World Cup final going to be played Sunday, 3 p.m.?
That would be in New Jersey at the Giants Stadium.
He got it! I thought for sure he was going to say Los Angeles.
Where they're not letting you park and you have to pay like $200 to
Hell
Uber?
of a job, Lee. Hell of a job.
No guy with a rickshaw.
Hell of a job. I'll tell you this before the segment, like, because I write 10, but they're all bad, so they never use them. Owen asked us where the final was being played, and Lyman and I go, Los Angeles. And
I thought
Lyman
it was Los Angeles.
Nope. Like, we were so certain. We said at the same time, Lee, congratulations. We're happy you won. We hope you enjoy your Mr. Hero.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir, we appreciate you. Now, we're going to put Lee on hold because if I have to say it to myself out loud or accidentally hang up on Lee, like I've done several times with several others.
Aren't the Jets looking to potentially move now out of that facility? Did you see a story last week where...
They've always talked about something silly. Like, they remember that one, they had the one on the Hudson. They were going to build a stadium right there on the Hudson.
They can play their games at the Nassau Coliseum?
Yeah, the Jets are always going to jet. All right. By the way, I want to remind everybody, let Mr. Hero deliver your next meal with DoorDash or order online for pickup, and we're going to have it ready for you when you walk in the door. Order online through the app or at Mr. Hero. Congratulations to Lee in Cuyahoga Falls. He's the big winner. Greg Schwartz, Bleacher Report NBA writer, joins us at 8:20. Coming up in 5 minutes, there's a new team that has jumped into the mix to get LeBron James. We'll tell you who and whether or not we take him seriously. Coming up at 8:01 on The Fan. Window Nation, windownation.com. You know, when I start talking like this, it's hard to get out of that mode. And so I have to correct myself and bring down the temperature of myself. And you need to bring down the temperature of your home. And you
minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Get the latest Cavs news, the afternoon drive. Weekdays starting at 2. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You were surprised that they got Jordan Walker right.
Yeah,
there was
I did not expect that.
There was somebody who went to high school by that name. You were surprised they got Jordan Walker right? I was surprised. I was just watching a highlight of that, and his dad wore it said Jordan's dad jersey, a Cardinals jersey, which is cool. And I mean, you're in that atmosphere where it's home run derby and everybody just wants to see bombs. So I don't know if anybody's like actively. I know it's in Philly, but not everybody's like actively rooting against you. If your son played a professional sport, would you do anything like wear his jersey? Would you wear the team if you were on the road or something like that? Would you ever wear anything that would signify to anybody that you were his parent? If Mace Dog becomes a great quarterback, even though Sarah will never let him play football.
Yeah.
But if Mace Dog were to become a great quarterback, would you wear a Mason Lima Bengals jersey into Huntington Bank Dome?
This is something today that I can easily say I would never do, that I know for a fact.
Well, he ain't playing in the stadium now. I mean, he's too young.
I know for a fact that I would soften over time and your pride would kick in. So I think it's an easy thing for everybody to say no, because I'm with you today. I'm saying I would never do it.
I don't believe you, and this is why. I think it's your son.
I think you would soften. I think if Mason Lima became a quarterback and went to Michigan, you'd be in maize and blue.
But yes, he would.
I think you would do it.
Lima,
it's your kid.
But I understand that. But my issue with it is like we've been to a game, we've been to a sporting event with somebody who was majorly involved in it and sat with family. And Lima and I glared.
You want cookies?
Congratulations on all your success.
What I'm bringing it up is that Lima and I glared at the people who were jeering that person, and we are not even blood relatives of that person. So I can't imagine sitting in the stands and anybody knowing anything that Lima would be related if Mason Lima ended up throwing a pick six at Paycor Stadium.
Yeah.
And hearing Bengals fans. Tony the Tiger with the face paint on going after.
You'd really make it about yourself and what you'd have to endure and not about your son.
No, but you don't want to draw.
That's what it sounds like to me.
No. Why would it sound like that?
Because that's what I just said, that I think it sounds like to you.
Okay.
To me, it sounds like you'd be more worried about people giving you crap than supporting your kid.
I don't think you want
proud of your kid.
I don't think you want to end up in an argument with perfect strangers.
I'm sorry that you're mad that I don't agree with you, but
I don't think what I'm trying to say is I don't think you want to be in an argument with perfect strangers in a football stadium. Is what I'm trying to say.
I just feel like my pride for my kid would outweigh any of that.
I know. You're dad of the year. Congratulations.
But doesn't it seem like, and we've seen...
I'll never disagree with you again.
We've seen at times, like they'll always show the young starting quarterback getting his first shot, especially ones that are like late draft picks. And they will go right to... Didn't they do this with Brock Purdy's parents very early on? They give him terrible seats in the road venue. But it seems like for the most part, the fans around them are very nice.
Yeah, like Jordan Love's parents got stuck at the top of Arrowhead.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Now, if it's like the number one overall draft pick, that's different because they've been famous and they've been the focal point of college for a long time. That's different, and I could understand. Like, if you're the number one guy, that's a little different because now you know they're going to be famous in the NFL, too. When it's like a Brock Purdy situation and they're drafted so late, I think
you definitely wouldn't want to go into a bar and hear some
you wouldn't want that. No.
Guy talking crap about your son.
That's the worst.
What
some
about
drunk?
Now, what if the drunk had a toddler with him? Would you allow that to happen?
Ooh.
Well, you weren't drunk at the bar when you had the toddler with you.
No.
You didn't have that.
I was responsible.
Were you?
I actually was.
Was he with Papa and you?
Oh, the first.
Are we allowed to talk about
night.
that?
Yeah, the first, but it's a restaurant. It's also a restaurant.
Because she loves to tell on, or they love to tell on you, her friends.
Oh, yeah. For sure they do. No, I told her.
Okay. She was okay with that?
I didn't have to show my receipt. I didn't have to show the invoice. Could you please have it itemized? My wife would
that's
like
why
to
you
see
go,
this.
We're going to put this one on this card, and we're going to put
I mean, they know all the tricks,
burgers
Owen.
and fries on this card.
She's known me long enough to know the tricks.
What are the tricks other than the non-itemized receipt?
Paying cash for these Mai Tais.
Ask anybody in medical devices. They know how to itemize receipt better than anybody. You drunks.
How do you do it?
Oh, you're with a doctor who happens to be on call.
How do you do
Reckless speculation.
Oh, yeah, open heart surgery if duty calls. I'm fine. I've only had 2 boxes of wine.
You don't know.
Wait a minute. Do you know any of these people?
No.
You're telling me when I eventually have my life-saving open heart surgery that I might have a doctor who's had a couple?
Yeah, where were you at happy hour today and yesterday and the day before?
Is he? Well, if he's a guy that has to go to happy hour every day, I'd rather him have a couple in him and not have shaky hands when he goes to open my chest up for crying out loud.
Settles him down a little bit.
Find it out, would you?
I don't know that I'd say that out loud to anyone, but yeah.
I'm just saying. I mean, honestly, hey, before you open me up, Doc, if you got a problem with the creature, you might want to go have
you guys have both had the snip, right? Like, how would you have felt?
We used to play Operation when we were a kid.
I gotta be truthful. I mean, if it's part of his thing, I'd rather my doctor be sober and perfectly straight-handed anyway. But
I'm 3 years sober. I don't know, Doc. I don't want you anywhere near me.
Gotta have.
You seem to be have a yearning right now.
Gotta have a drink. If he's got the thirst on, you might as well let him have one so he don't got the shaky paws.
That's why this doctor, he's world-renowned. He has an open bar in his room.
From open hearts to
open bar.
What a wild journey this segment has been already. All right, Greg Schwartz going to join us at 8:22. Do you believe this Alex Golden in Indianapolis? I thought you knew who that is. You don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is.
He's a radio show host and a writer in Indianapolis.
Okay.
And he is pointing out that there's a Tyrese Halliburton connection with LeBron James, and that maybe Indianapolis or Indiana would be a destination.
I'm guessing he's connecting the dots or dot with no S that Tyrese Halliburton is going to be the host of the podcast.
Yes, apparently.
Were there any other dots? I mean, they did go to the NBA Finals just a year ago.
Yes. So
they've got a pretty good team, but Tyrese coming off the devastating injury in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Mm-hmm. He's got talent around him, certainly.
Now, Indiana's a good team when they have Tyrese Halliburton on the floor.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know what they were doing, just goofing around last year, and they won, 20 games or whatever it was. They were not good last year. Do you think that Indiana is a possible suitor whatsoever? Does anybody in this room think that that's...
I do not.
I don't blame the guy for trying to connect the dots, man. Don't get me wrong. This is all speculation. None of us know what the guy's really thinking except for Rich Paul, and Rich Paul even denies it on every show he's gone on.
Does Shams know what he's thinking?
I mean, he was on McLaughlin Group yesterday, and he said he didn't know anything. I just want to know if anybody... who do you take seriously? Because it keeps going back. We're trying to narrow it down, and was it... Who told me? Was it you, Owen, or was it Lima that was it? I'm getting confused myself. Who said it was just now between Philadelphia and Cleveland? Did somebody say that recently?
It was Miami, Philly, and Cleveland. It was Shams, and here's the audio.
Here we go.
My understanding is right now, as we speak, LeBron James has the information that's needed to make a decision. It's decision time right now for LeBron James. Team presidents, GMs, they're all talking to Rich Paul here again this week. They've made all their pitches. LeBron James has listened to multiple voice notes delivered to him by Rich Paul from other owners and presidents from teams that are trying to give him their best pitch. And the feel is that those 5 teams remain in the mix, but a focus on Cleveland, Miami, and Philadelphia. The reason that this is taking so long and why he's able to take his time is this is not a money-driven decision. So you have teams that are offering him minimum deals, exceptions, some salary cap space as well. So he's able to take his time and sift through this decision. But this could be really any day, any week now.
It's going to be tomorrow. You said it yesterday. It's going to be tomorrow.
It's
going to be at the Fanatics Fest.
Year.
It's going to be at the Fanatics Fest. It's going to be tomorrow. He's waiting until Thursday on purpose. There's nothing going on. It's got to be tomorrow at the Fanatics. Now, he's speaking 2 days. I just don't know how you go a whole day and don't say it, and then you say it on a Friday at the Fanatics Fest.
He's got the 2 panels at FanFest, and then the CNBC thing, the business thing on CNBC, which I think...
Is he going to tell everybody how you can't get $2 million out of a $2 million contract like every other athlete in the world is trying to do this year?
It's about time we teach some fiscal responsibility. It's about time.
I don't mean to get off subject here because I was going to go on a rant, and all Cavs conversations brought to you by the fine folks at Surfside Hard Iced Tea, who ask you to please enjoy your Surfside Hard Iced Tea responsibly, even though you'd have to have a bunch of them to have any sympathy for any of these goofballs who are out there on the internet every single day on all these shows now, all summer long, talking about how they can't find a way to live on $2 million to $12 million to $30 million a year.
You better step in right now.
What is going on?
It's a Cavs conversation. Can you please help guide Donovan Mitchell on how to be responsible with his $273 million contract?
That's up to him and his people that he has around him. I don't mean to do Canton on Canton stuff here. The latest one I just saw was C.J. McCollum on some God knows what TV. Say, well, $2 million after taxes, it ends up being $900 some odd $1,000. And then when you pay the 15% for marketing and you pay the 4% for the agent, I'm going, who cares? They don't care. They do not care. You know why? Because you can just play more basketball and make more money. A person who's from your hometown does not care because they don't have that opportunity. There is no sympathy. Did you all watch the same Dave Ramsey videos this summer and decide to do your own symposium?
There is no doubt. I think there are a ton of fans that outright root for these guys to go bankrupt.
Oh,
I think there are so many fans that can't stand that athletes make the money they do, and they love hearing the stories of these guys going bankrupt.
I told you guys that story. I don't know if I said it on the air before. We went on vacation, and Liz and I were in the pool, and there was this dude, 6-year-old white dude, and he could not have been more thrilled reading to his wife out loud the story in the USA Today. It's like 7:30 in the morning. He is just thrilled over every word about, these college players with NIL, they didn't realize that they had to pay. I mean, he was loving it that they didn't know about the taxes. I'm like, I'm sitting there like, just keep your mouth shut and drink your mimosa and enjoy the morning instead of starting an argument with this total stranger.
Was it Nick Saban?
No. But just some goofball.
People, the average person who doesn't have world-class speed or athleticism or height, they think that athletes just fell into this and didn't work hard or didn't work as hard as they did and didn't go through the steps that they did. So they love reveling in the stories of the athlete that spends it all, like the lottery winner that spends it all.
Yeah, and some guys go belly up. Like and I don't feel good about that, but I don't need some money lesson from a guy who makes funny money to everybody in the real world. It wasn't Nick Saban. It was never mind. All right, coming up next, Greg Schwartz.
Do you think Johnny Manziel has money left from his career?
Do you want me to root that he doesn't or something like that?
Curious.
Is that what you're trying to do?
I am just curious. Do you think he has money left?
Greg Schwartz going to join us coming up.
Rolled up 20 here or there.
He's got to keep that on him at all times.
In between the couch cushions or underneath the toilet, rolled behind, whatever. All right, Greg Schwartz going to join us for Bleacher Report coming up in 5 minutes. Who's really the leaders for LeBron on the Fan?
It's Anthony Lima for QC Kinetic.
Semifinals in Arlington, Texas. Spain blanked France 2-0 with a victory. Spain advances to the World Cup final for the first time since 2010. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone during this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Do you care where LeBron's going anymore? I bet there's people who don't. Well, they probably never did. They probably never did.
It's amazing the amount of people that I've talked to that whether or not they get season tickets is going to be based on whether they get LeBron.
It's unbelievable.
And these are people that go to the games. They don't sell all the tickets just to make money, because that's been a losing proposition, I think, for almost every fan.
Yeah.
Except for maybe a couple of years when LeBron was here last time.
I remember years ago when LeBron was leaving the first time, I had this great listener, and I brought up on the air, like, he showed me the spreadsheet of the bath he was going to take. I'm like, buddy, you've made so much on season tickets before. How can I give you very much sympathy? I know, I'm just saying. I'm like, okay. I mean, you use this as a business, and now he's gone, and hopefully he bought in again. Hopefully he's still doing well, that fella. He was down in a different city. I knew this man in a different city. I knew him in school, and now I know him on the radio. He's on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Schwartz. He is from Bleacher Report. He is an NBA writer. He is the one lone dissenting voice when it came to James Harden. He knows his basketball. He joins us right now. Greg, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on today.
All right, where's LeBron going to go?
We're just getting right to it.
We got to. We just got to get right down to the nitty gritty.
The question we should be asking is, do the Cavs need LeBron James when we have Malik Thomas?
Oh, that's a great point.
What we need to be asking right
28 a game.
There it is, boy. There it is.
If you follow the betting markets, if you follow the markets and all that, Cleveland's been in the lead for weeks, right? And obviously the excitement, at least for me, and I think for most of us, was probably a little bit higher than it was a couple weeks ago when we were letting this. And now it's like, all right, let's kind of make our decision here. And I think that there's probably a lot of guys in the league, James Harden, DeMar DeRozan, Jonathan Kuminga, they're kind of like, hey, we need you to make your decision, LeBron, because that's going to affect our future and our salaries and our teams as well. So, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I still think it's Cleveland. They are the favorites. It makes all the sense in the world to come back to the Eastern Conference. The East is better, yes. It's getting slowly better. The West is still the West. And no matter where he signs in the West, unless it's with San Antonio or if it's with Oklahoma City, he's probably not going to get to the finals. The East is your best path back to the finals. Obviously, we know all the advantages that come with signing with the Cavaliers. The Philadelphia 76ers are a team ever since they traded for Jaylen Brown that I've kind of moved to the top of my potential list. Miami's still lingering. From a roster fit, I just don't see it, that they don't have enough shooting on that team. So I still think at the end of the day, it's Cleveland, unless another team makes a move that would vault them to number one.
Well, it's interesting, Greg, the way that people have talked about this. And I understand the excitement if you're a national reporter to want to see Steph Curry and LeBron unite this late in their careers, but both still with so much talent still. We saw when these guys are healthy, they're both able to play, and we've seen them on Team USA. But I don't understand those same people acting like LeBron couldn't fit in anywhere. He's literally the smartest basketball player I've ever seen. And in the playoffs last year, you saw how he could morph from going from the third option in LA to, now I have to be the first option. I can still do that at this age. And he took care of the Houston Rockets. Like, that to me, you want a good basketball fit, but did anybody really think Karl Anthony Towns, a team with him at center and Jalen Brunson and then Josh Hart in a starting five was ever going to be a perfect basketball fit? And they just won the championship.
Yeah, the Knicks still don't make sense to me. Like, we went from, depth is the most important thing, and you need this big rim-protecting center, and you need Jalen Brunson not good enough to be a number one option, and the Knicks just completely broke the mold with everything we thought to be true, for an NBA champion. So Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, LeBron can fit anywhere. You know, if he comes back to the Cavs, I think he's a good fit. I think the team that needs him the most is Minnesota because they need a power forward more than any other team perhaps needs any other position. I don't see LeBron going to the Timberwolves and babysitting LaMelo Ball and Anthony Edwards and these guys that are talented but probably need a little bit more maturing. I can't see that happening. I think you could plug LeBron into basically any role. He can play the 3, he can play the 4, he can play on the ball, he can play off the ball. And, you know, this isn't, we've seen him play a third role, like you said, with the Lakers. We've seen him be a third leading scorer in the regular season and be successful. But like we saw in the Olympics 2 years ago, when the game is on the line, who did all those guys go to? Steph Curry and Kevin Durant. So often it's still funneled through LeBron at the end of games, and I still think, you know, in many playoff scenarios, that would be the case.
Do you think we are more giving scenarios we think would make sense and then turning that into a destination for LeBron instead of what really he is maybe after? Like, Indiana doesn't seem to be no offense to the fine folks in Indianapolis, Indiana, but it doesn't seem to be a destination for LeBron James in his final year. Neither does Minneapolis, Minnesota. But when I see these things, I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. It would make sense that he would join there if it were just based on winning and that's it for a year.
Yeah, I think, you know, for us Clevelanders that have grown up watching him, I feel like we know him more than anybody else in the national media. And there's a couple of things that we know about LeBron, right? Like, he wants to compete for a championship. Great. He's given up the money aspect if he will indeed sign for the veteran minimum, but he wants to be respected. And I think that's something he lost in Los Angeles. You know, how many Lakers fans didn't want him there in the beginning because they were so devoted to Kobe Bryant? And how many Lakers fans, you know, when he left, were on social media saying, good riddance, they're like, we don't need him. And the fact that when they brought in Luka Doncic and they had a sit-down meeting with him at a restaurant that ESPN reported, they're talking about the future of the team, they didn't talk about LeBron. They didn't ask LeBron's opinion. Last year, Dave McMenamin wrote a great article about how, you know, he expected the game ball because he had set this record for most wins, and the team gave it to J.J. Redick instead. And he had to play that third role that, you know, him and Austin Reeves have a great relationship. I don't think he was thrilled that Austin Reeves was getting the ball more than he was on offense. So he wants his respect. This is his last chance to cement his legacy and really, you know, kind of sway those last, you know, half of people. Oh, is it Jordan? Is it LeBron? He wants his respect. And I go back to who's going to respect him more and give him his flowers more than the city of Cleveland.
All right, Greg Schwartz joined us right now on the hotline. Now, you have been as critical as anybody from the moment you heard James Harden's name as a potential trade target. And obviously, it ended up being a very mixed bag with James. He helped him get to the Eastern Conference Finals. His highs, I thought, were pretty high. His lows were as low as it gets. And then, you know, I thought he hit a wall big time in the Knicks series. I was worried about that matchup. And then you end up being right in the end, right? Like, the way it ended, he did not help him win a championship, and we're in championship mode every single year. However, Greg, I'm a little confused as to some of the people nationally who are saying, oh, LeBron's not going to play with James Harden. That just doesn't fit. He can't win in the playoffs. Like, if anything, James, my hope is he's our fourth best player next year, not the guy playing the most minutes in the playoffs of any of our players. So if he's in the right role, why couldn't they make that work?
Yeah, I think you're really gonna have to have some humility if you're James Harden, and I don't know if he's willing to do that or not. I don't know him, but yeah, he's gonna be 37 next month. Certainly has a lot of wear and tear on the tires. That's the good thing about him is, yeah, he's always healthy during the regular season, but I really think that does affect him in the postseason. Like, because you're playing 70 games and you're playing 36 minutes a night, and you have such a large role offensively every single year. I do think that plays a big part in the fact that he melts down in the playoffs year after year after year. So, yeah, you could make the argument that, okay, if we have Donovan as our 1, LeBron as our 2, even Evan as our 3rd scoring option, and we say, James, we just want to focus on playmaking. You know, we don't want you to have the ball for the last 10 seconds of the shot clock, and it's just step back, dribble. Like, yeah, we have to deprogram you from doing that because that's what you've always done because you've been a terrific player. You've been the number one option. I don't know if he's willing to do that. I don't know if you can do that. James Harden and I are the same age. Am I going to go out tomorrow and start lifting weights every day? Probably not. I'm not going to do that. So I don't know if he's going to completely change his playing style and what he does as well. So if he commits to being a facilitator and he will average 15 points per game and be happy with that, that could be very mutually beneficial to both James Harden, potentially LeBron James, and the Cavaliers, especially if they want to make a long playoff run.
See, Greg, I thought we were on the right track at the end of the year in the regular season. I thought they were playing almost as efficient as anybody in basketball those last 24 games. And I know they had a litany of injuries, so they never had the same lineups. But James, I thought his passing was remarkable. I thought he was perfectly willing to, hey, this is your game, Donovan. Go ahead. I thought in the playoffs, I thought him with the ball in his hands at the end of the clock was more a byproduct of everything the rest of the team was incapable of. I thought the grenades that were thrown back out to him, with 6 on the clock when others could not create, that is where I saw there to be a big problem. They should have never been relying on James Harden to be such a focal point. And again, he played more minutes than anybody in the NBA playoffs, than anybody that was not a finals participant. Like, that's crazy at age 36.
Well, yes, and he also had more turnovers than any player in the NBA playoffs without going to the finals.
But isn't that what
were an issue?
Didn't one thing lead to the other, though? Wasn't it the fact he was playing too many minutes? He did have too much of a role on the team when they could not rely on other guys to play make at the level that we thought they could?
To an extent, and I would say that when you got James Harden, you changed the dynamic of the team, for better or worse. He became the number 2 scoring option. Ideally, at this stage, you would have Evan Mobley be in that role. I think we can all agree with that. Jalen Tyson's role was severely reduced when they got James Harden into the playoffs, which that drove me nuts because you needed a guy with fresh legs who could defend, and he was sitting on your bench right there, and Tyson and Kenny Atkinson refused to play him. So his role changed too. So I think, yes, like you said, I'm not a James Harden fan. I'm not thrilled that we're going to give him a multi-year deal at $30+ million a year as he gets ready to turn 37. I'm not thrilled with that. But if you get LeBron and you kind of say, okay, now we've got a training camp with you, we're more comfortable. We want to focus on making sure Evan and Jalen and all of our young guys are involved as well. We need you to take a step back, and you don't have to handle this burden. You don't have to have this load that you had in the playoffs. Yeah, I could see it looking much better in year 2 than it did in year 1.
Do the Cavs underline the word need, LeBron to win a championship this season?
No, they were just in the Eastern Conference Finals. They were a Final Four team. They were knocking on the door. I still believe, not to take anything away from the Knicks, the Knicks had the easiest path that I've ever seen. They were just playing teams coming off of 7-game series over and over and over again. These are the same Knicks that were down 2-1 to the Atlanta Hawks in the first round, and then they just started playing these old, tired, worn-out teams that had come off these grueling series. So, no, I don't think they need LeBron, but they need LeBron to make a decision because then it's like, okay, we got to get the James Harden contract done. Are we going to go after Jonathan Kuminga? Because now it seems like the Lakers are in the lead for him. Do we try to sniff around Peyton Watson as an option in a sign and trade, which I would be thrilled with as a young 3-and-D 6'8" wing who can score the ball? There's not a lot of options, but there's some options that you can turn to. But if they don't get LeBron, the best way that they can improve the team is through the trade market because it's not like they have, those free agency dollars to spend.
Greg, thank you so much for the time, man. You're absolutely wonderful. Wishing you the very best and hope to talk to you again soon, buddy.
I think you guys are wonderful, too. Thanks for having me on.
Greg Swartz joining us on the show on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline from the Bleacher Report. Coming up in just 5 minutes, the difference between want and need for Cavs fans.
It's Anthony Lima, and the real estate market is something as volatile.
station with the most local sports talk in town. 92.3 The Fan, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
The Cavs have locked up Donovan Mitchell this offseason. Could this be leading to a return for LeBron James?
Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dominate.
Get all the latest Cavs breaking news right here on your number one source for Cavs talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
An update on daylight savings times at 9:22, and Lima's making another. Are you making one of those AI charts?
I think I have a chart in progress that will astound you when it comes to LeBron James at age 41.
It's ChatGPT, right?
There's like 5 I'm working with.
Whatever. You told me you weren't going to make charts anymore during the show.
And I haven't.
Until now.
Until now.
Well, then you lied to me. You said you weren't going to do it anymore. You're doing it right now. We just had Greg Schwartz on from the Bleacher Report. I asked him, does he think that the Cavs need LeBron to win a championship? He said no. What say you, Tune? This is not the move that gets you over the top. We got to be honest here.
Wait, LeBron?
Before it was a move that it would get you over the top. It probably gets you closer. He's better than Jared Allen. I love Jared Allen, but
I think it gets you closer, and then you got to tell me what they're trading Jared Allen for if they do trade Jared Allen, and then what could they do at the deadline?
Well, is it
because that could be included too? I mean, for all that I've said about James Harden, if Harden just flat out doesn't work here with this group, they would look to see come deadline. Now, who would want James Harden when he's turning 37? That is a question. But James plays in the regular season. He was fantastic for us in a regular season.
He was?
James, yeah.
Yeah.
He was downright awesome.
Yes, he was.
There were a bunch of games where I'm like, was he our best player in that game? So he's still got a lot of game. He was a total roller coaster in the playoffs. I mean, Greg was right about that. He was disastrous in some of the games. And then other games, I thought, man, someone's willing to shoot. Thank God. Someone's not fearing the moment, which is not always what's been said about him in the playoffs.
The question you have to ask yourself is that who other than, and I think you just did it, who other than LeBron is going to be the guy that gets you over the hump? And you mentioned James Harden and having to kind of do things differently. Donovan Mitchell. Is Donovan Mitchell capable of driving that vehicle? Like you brought up earlier in the show about LeBron and whether or not, how did you put it? Like Donovan would have to come to grips with not being the best player on the team? Is that how you said it? How did you put it? Because I remember I wanted to bring up Kyrie with you. Like when LeBron was out during run number 2 and Kyrie would play the entire game, they weren't able to win games. It was like one of the big talking points we had. It's like, God, Kyrie really can't win games without LeBron on the floor. And it like kind of stuck around with Kyrie Irving for so long. And I don't think that Donovan Mitchell, obviously it's different. They won 64 games 2 years ago. They won 52 this last year. So that doesn't change much. So I think, Tone, there's been some long-standing things that I think we got to change. We got to change our thoughts on some of this stuff.
Well,
I don't think it makes as much sense as we're trying to make it out to be. I think it's a bygone era for some.
You asked if Donovan Mitchell would be okay with him not being the best player. I still think most nights he's the best player.
Yeah.
It is a different role for Donovan to be the first time in his career where he would not be on the marquee. He would not be, hey, Donovan Mitchell's coming to town. Even though Donovan's been roughly a top 10 player for a long time now.
He could handle that,
and I think he totally could handle it. And
I think it'd be better for him.
I think it's had to. I know NBA players can be delusional. All these athletes can. I don't think Donovan Mitchell would fear in the slightest having to be a second fiddle.
Do you think defenses automatically gravitate towards LeBron James? Even at 41, do you think defenses automatically gravitate towards LeBron?
I think more so in the playoffs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and still, obviously, that's a big deal. Because my thought is, does this create more opportunities for him to be better? Like, I don't think they need LeBron to win a championship. I just think he helps that much more. If they don't get LeBron, it's going to be tough because we've been talking about this for 2.5 weeks now, or just over 2 weeks now. So if you don't get him, I think people are going to be mad. I think they're going to feel like they've had their time wasted. I think I'm going to feel like that to a certain degree. I'm going to try to remember what I'm going to say in 10 years when LeBron comes back for another reunion and try to keep that in perspective as I try to work through the therapy of him picking another team, if he were to pick another team. But I also know that one of the biggest problems that we're going to have here, and it's not about doing rah-rah speeches, but it's about being truthful, is trying to convince people or convince fans that this is still a good team without LeBron James. LeBron has, again, been a security blanket for not just fans, but for this organization for every year he was there. And even the years he wasn't. When did we first start talking about LeBron coming back? Was that after the 2009 championship? And then going into the summer of 2000, when they were in the finals against the San Antonio Spurs, it was a question, but it was like, all right, he's going to approach free agency. And then when they lost to the Spurs, it was like, okay, he's really going to go.
That was 2013. They lost.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Did I
Spurs.
say 2010? I'm sorry. I'm mixing up the timelines.
They won the 2 years prior.
I'm sorry. 2013. In 2010, we just didn't think he was going to leave. In 2013 to 14, we started talking about him coming back. Thank you very much. And then I think we've been talking about LeBron. I mean, Padone's been talking about LeBron coming back for a year and a half now. And I think that a lot of us have just used him as a security blanket. Hey, it's not going to be bad because we got LeBron coming back. We're going to get LeBron back. Everything's going to be fine. Or we have LeBron and everything's going to be fine. I just don't think we can do it like that anymore, man.
I can't speak for everybody. I did not know LeBron was still going to be playing at this level. So that's what's different for me. Like, I thought he would look like a shell of himself. And, yeah, there were many regular season nights early on last year where it was like, oh, no, what happened? Remember, he came back. What was it? Not tendonitis. But what did he have? Tinnitus or what was it?
Tinnitus is the ears.
Yeah, not tinnitus. I don't remember what it was, but he had issues, and it was like, oh no, he's done.
Can't be playing the music that loud then in the arena if he's got the tinnitus.
I'll be very quiet. We're on LeBron watch. We can't get too excited. But he had issues.
Sciatica.
Sciatica. That's what it was.
Sciatica.
Yeah, and it was bothering him.
Fortune needed a cot for that in the movie Rudy.
And he wasn't even trying on defense. And then the further along, remember, he was finally accepting of his role as the third banana behind Austin Reeves. But he accepted his role, and they figured it out. And you weren't hearing a lot in the way of LeBron being some problem behind the scenes. But then all of a sudden, the Genie Bus stuff started coming out.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like, man, they don't, not only is LeBron not in their plans, they seem very ungrateful towards LeBron.
Oh, he felt disrespected, and Greg Schwartz was right to say that during the interview we just had with him.
And look, maybe LeBron and his people behind the scenes were also unhappy, and that caused that too. I'm not going to absolve LeBron. I mean, he's such an entity that, you know, his presence is always going to be felt. But in the end, like, that guy was still a top 20 player in the playoffs, the guy that I saw.
Yeah.
And I did not expect that at this stage of his career.
And if you take care of him the right way, he can still be a top 20 player in this coming playoffs. Now, there's a law of diminishing return. So you're going to need more from Donovan Mitchell. It's set to be a bizarre year no matter where he goes because he's probably going to only be there for 1 year. And I just can't – I keep going back to the thought of it's not about who helps him win a championship more. He's going to be a positive person. He's going to have a lot of confidence. So he probably is thinking that. But I do think somebody needs to remind him, what if you don't win the championship? Odds are going to be stacked against you no matter who you play for because of the way the league is now. Whoever you play for, you have to think about what if you don't. Because the odds are better that you don't than that you will. And I try not to get everybody's hopes up. We'll be happy to have him back. Be excited to have him back. Yes, you feel better about a chance at a championship. I'm sure I'll say something crazy if they start off 12-1 this coming season, something like that. But honestly, you have to think about whether or not you have to think about what it's going to be like if you don't win a title. And if you don't win a title and you're in Philadelphia, I think those people are going to make your life a living hell for that season, especially if things don't really go your way. I think in Minnesota, they will just look at you as a hindrance to that fan base. Same thing with Indiana. Same thing with a lot of places.
Well, they're not going to
Miami,
roll out
I think it's different. Yes.
They're not going to roll out the red carpet like in Minnesota.
Exactly.
Like, they're just not. They're just not. And there's no sentimental tie-in.
If you win a championship, and I think he thinks he can win a championship, why wouldn't you? If you win a championship, it's another personal story to you. It's another feather in your cap, and especially if you win a championship in a place that hasn't won one, like Minnesota or Indiana, that would be a big story. But if you don't, you got to think about how you're going to be remembered and how you want to tell your story. So at the end is your story. Are you going to have to go beyond and not mention how Indiana fans are deriding you on your way out the door? Or like Spike Eskin, they played this yesterday afternoon. Spike Eskin was kind of like, I'm holding his feet to the fire if he comes to Philadelphia. All right, well, if you don't win it all in Philadelphia, are you going to try to spin that? Because I don't think there's a spin in Cleveland. I don't think you need to. I think even if you don't win, and the odds would be against you, even if you don't win, it's a tremendous tale to tell, and I think we'd have nothing but great things to say, with the exception of a very vocal but very small still minority. 5 minutes away. I want to know, do we think that the Cavs need LeBron to win a title? Do you believe we need LeBron to win a title? And Browns fans are obsessed with something they don't really need anymore. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. If you're on your way to work, take us with you to work on that free Odyssey app.
It's Anthony Lima.
for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Do the Cavs need LeBron to win a championship this year? I say no, but it helps. Remember the old Tic Tac commercials? You don't need a Tic Tac to breathe, but it helps. I think that's what it was. Can you breathe without a Tic Tac? No, but it helps. That's what it was. Because, you know, it got the stank off your mouth. Yeah. What?
They were saying you can't breathe without one?
I'm trying to breathe right now. I don't have one currently.
No, there was a way to sell breath mints because they would say, "Can you breathe without a Tic Tac?" Of course, you can breathe without a Tic Tac.
Breath mints,
but you shouldn't. Yeah. I haven't had a Tic Tac in years.
Do you care how your dying breath smells to your loved ones around you?
My dying breath?
Yeah.
That is a conversation for a Friday night, sitting around an old cable spool in your basement when you were in high school.
They're sitting around you, standing around you, reflecting on all those missed opportunities to see the big boy, all those Murray Warmith books that you read and took the time to
I thought about it. It's still on my nightstand. It's on the
see the big boy in my whole life. I never seen this steam train like up close.
Is that Eli?
It's on the bottom shelf of it. The Autumn Warrior. The book on Murray Warmith, which was not a great book. Which is not a great book. And I think what did the other book the guy wrote? He wrote a book about Murray Warmith, a national champion college football coach, and then porn. He wrote a porn book, basically.
And at no point did those two themes intersect?
No, there was nothing about Murray Warmith and the sex he ever had during his life. God rest his soul.
Now, that book, you got me interested all of a sudden.
College football coaches and sex? That's a pretty good seller considering what we've been talking about here for a number of years.
I'll even get the hardback.
Pretty good, that state up north.
Will we get that to Keith for Christmas?
Yes.
You're insane. Absolutely insane. I've never thought about that. Do you care about your dying breath and how it smells to your family? We all think about it like the best way possible, and it always goes horrible. I've told you before, behind the bathroom door. They're going to have to tear down the doors to get to me. It's just going to be a lump laying there. That's the end. Good night.
That's why we put saloon doors in on ours.
There you go.
Don't worry about it.
They're prepared.
Speaking of adult film, did I ever tell you that story? Can I tell you real quick? First time I ever went to get
and you got 55 minutes to get it in.
Well, I'm just saying we're in the middle of a LeBron holding pattern here, and I do have something decent to get to with the Browns.
He holds off.
So I can tell my...
Hell yes.
So the first time... So kids, I'm not going to talk to kids about this. Young men who are 18 years old or over. We used to have video stores. And there was an adult section in video stores. Do they still have video stores?
Not really.
Not really.
No.
So there was like Blockbuster and Hollywood Video. And I remember there was Video Safari, Family Video. And in Perry... we had Video Time, and Video Time was in this strip mall, and it was like a standalone building at the end of the parking lot. And I turned 18, and they were like, "Let's go! You said you want to go. Let's go." So okay, fine, we'll go when I was 18. I'll never forget this. We rode in my buddy Steve's F-150. It was like 4 guys in the front seat of this F-150 because it was a single cab. We get there, and I forgot my wallet. So I'm 18. I'm allowed to go in here, but I don't have my ID on me. And I look younger than I am now. I look younger than I was then. The drinking has helped me look up the age, but back then I looked very, very young. And we get there, and I mean, the moment I walk in, this guy is staring at me like, I know where you think you're going, and you better go home and get your ID. Like, he's staring at me. And I walk over to one video, and I'm looking at all these videos. And we're in the general section here. I'm looking at Halloween 4 or something like that. And my buddy comes up to me of like the 5 guys that were there, and he's like, "Hey, Like, are you doing this or what? Because we want to get the hell out of here. What are you doing? I go, oh, just give me a minute. I got to get over there, okay? I don't have my ID. He's like, just go over. I go, I don't have my ID. So the phone rings. He goes to, this guy who's working the front desk goes to answer the phone. Tone, I go sprinting across the store.
Mad dash?
Mad dash sprinting across the store. Like I was robbing the place. And I went to go get myself through the door, and I tried to like slide through, and I've always had a big chest. I wasn't as fat, nearly as fat as I am now. I was not fat then, but I was hefty, obviously. And I went to like pirouette, and it had the Western doors. And I, no joke, lying, I'm dying. I got my chest pinned between the Western door, the one swinging door, and the wall that pins it. And I like broke a piece of the wood off the one. It was a mess. It was a mess. And you could hear this loud screech. My buddies are looking at me on the other side in horror. And I get myself out, do like this pirouette, like 2 times over. And I just picked up the first piece of pornography that I could find and acted like I was sampling wine at Gervaisi or something like that.
Do you remember what it was called?
I can't say it on the air.
Oh, man. Come on.
No,
Clean it up.
It was...
It's just a title.
It's kind of what it was about cleaning it up. It was pretty graphic. It was pretty. I wasn't really interested in it. I just had to grab something to act like I knew I was there. Like I knew what I was doing in there. And I grab it. I'm looking at it. This guy comes flying off the phone, and he comes right in there, and he goes, "What are you doing in here?" I was like, "I'm shopping for video." "Do you have your ID?" "I have misplaced my ID." He goes, "Get the hell out of here." He goes, "You broke my effing door." I'm like, "Hey, man, I'm sorry." He goes, "Don't you come back." I go, "I have an ID." He goes, "It doesn't matter. You broke my effing door." And I broke the door. The store is no longer there. I think it's like a workout facility now. But
think about how you...
Kind of was a workout facility then.
There it was. Certainly was.
Think about how you could have potentially opened the floodgates to a whole bunch of other minors to come in and get their pornography.
But you can't do it now. You just, go to the internet and then the incognito tab like God intended.
It's not as fun.
No.
There actually used to be effort.
Because there used to be a thing where you would tell somebody, "Hey, in the case of me dying, I need you to get in my house and get all my filth out of there." And now it's just...
And relocate.
No, it's just, unless you like toys and all that stuff, it ain't there. Okay. You see, if LeBron keeps it up, I'm going to start telling you other stories. We got to get a decision.
Then you know
here.
what? Let's wait another month. I'm fine.
You want to hear more stories like that? Are you serious? Would you rather hear that or LeBron speculation? I actually do think people would rather hear that than LeBron speculation at this point.
There doesn't seem to be much in the way of anything new other than Philadelphia. Apparently, Tyrese Maxey and friends all reached out to LeBron, making their last pitch. So did they go above and beyond? Not even a voice note?
Okay, fine. Can I get to Wayne in Cleveland here?
Oh, yeah.
All right, I might as well. Hello, Wayne.
Good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
We're doing wonderful, Wayne. You go right on ahead.
Well, I just wanted to answer your question. What was your question again about LeBron?
Do you
like LeBron James?
How you called in to answer the question about LeBron? What, did I distract you with the stories that I was telling about me going to find adult cinema?
I think that's highly possible, Ken. But go ahead.
Were you starting to think about the times that you were going to find adult cinema? It's okay. We've all been through it. All right. Wayne, the question was, do the Cavs need LeBron to win a championship?
Okay, and that answer is yes, and the reason is
okay.
We would have had him this year. For the reason is, if we would have had him this year, you guys would have been celebrating last month downtown Cleveland. So most definitely.
Wow. If we had LeBron this year, we would have won a championship.
That's right, because you guys are being, I'm not saying you, but the fans being stubborn. For the simple fact they wanted to win one without LeBron.
Okay.
Just to show everyone that he needed.
Well, I got to tell you, Wayne, it would make
much needed. It's pretty much needed, Ken. I'm gonna let you know this, and I'm gonna let you guys talk.
All right, thank you.
You need LeBron because once LeBron leaves, that's it. This NBA is dumb, man. Y'all growing up when the NBA is a weak league. Okay, I'm 60 years old, and I've been watching NBA since I was 7 years old. This league is weak, man. It's very weak.
Wait a minute. We don't. So we'll never have a chance to win a championship ever again without LeBron.
No, pack it up. Get him out of here.
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that, Ken, because the NBA is so weak, it's unpredictable. Anybody can win. Anybody. So
why is it weak? Why is it a weak-ass league, though, Wayne? Why is it weak?
When you got centers who's don't want to stay down low and play the perimeter, block shots and make, easy layups.
Well, wait a minute. Aren't they coming out? Aren't they? Wait, you said.
You got centers wants to dribble the ball down the court. You got centers want to take three-pointers, all kind of stupid stuff.
I got better athletes than what I had with Greg Ostertag when I was a kid, Wayne. Wayne, by the way, you sound a lot younger than what you are. You sound a lot younger, so I'm like putting us in the same.
Day over 63.
These are guys who are they're better athletes. I just want to park him at. Do I really just want to park him at the block?
They're okay athletes. They're not They're not good basketball players.
Anthony, come on.
Anthony. Wayne, they're a lot weaker.
Anthony.
Help
me here. Stop looking at your computer.
I'm enjoying this.
Them guys, man, they're weak. Like I said, back then in the day, you could predict who was going to win because you had some of the best basketball athletes around. They're not like that anymore, man.
All right, fine, Wayne. Thank you for the call.
You sound like a weak-ass radio.
Why didn't you want to jump in on that? What's your problem?
I wanted to hear him out.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
you
I
just
did.
wanted to make your stupid chart over there and put it on the internet. You're doing a show for the fans, the listeners right now, not for the people who hate you, the Shador fans on the internet.
By the way, they reinforced everything I said yesterday.
I don't care. Stop caring about you are just because you just keep doing a show for Shador fans.
So, moment right there.
He loves the attention.
I extend the olive branch
the attention
because I love much in the way.
No, you will not extend the olive branch.
Much in the way that LeBron James, when he comes to your town, that lifts up so much of the other economic situations in town. When we talk Shador Sanders, all the podcasters that exclusively talk Shador
and you
Sanders.
love that. You love the attention.
I love delivering a helping hand. I love being able to see other young broadcasters have a shot to get their words out and hone their craft.
But you get accused of saying things just to get their goat. And what I'm telling you is that you're doing a show for Cleveland fans here. Wayne is popping off saying all these things about how the NBA is dead to him. And after LeBron, it's over. I'm going, no, if anything, I mean, this team, people are disappointed in this team for not winning a championship. This is the first time since before LeBron they've ever been to the Eastern Conference Finals. If anything, I know people are disappointed. This team, this current group gave me a lot of hope that, yes, it can be done in the future. The new CBA helps that. That certainly helps that. The second apron helps that. Like, we can win a championship in the future here without LeBron James. It would be nice just to win another one. That's where I was going to disagree with Wayne. It gave me more heart that, hey, I can't be disappointed without expectations. I have to have an expectation for a team to be disappointed in them. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
So I'm wrong on that?
No. I get that. When you get
I could have
LeBron
been ripping
James,
Ant Buzz there. You didn't care.
Every year LeBron is here, the thought goes even almost overboard. Like, we have a chance to win a championship. It is funny at the age of 41 that we would even think championship, but it reinforces that I can't believe how good he is at this age. And I don't know, are you expecting some massive drop-off?
No.
Now? I mean, it seems like the guy is golfing and working out. That's
sadly,
what he's doing every day.
The only thing I think that could take him down is, like, before he wants to retire. Like, I do think that the injuries have mounted up. Like, Owen brought up the sciatica and stuff that he's battled. That can be more serious than we think. Back problems can take you out. I mean, Owen knows that I know it. Back problems can end your day before it even starts. So that's will get to him.
Play in the NBA.
That's why Owen doesn't play anymore.
He gave it up.
Yeah, Owen was getting ready to go and play for the Utah Jazz for obvious reasons. And Owen's career got derailed because of it, much like Greg Ostertag. All right, coming up in 5 minutes, can I finally get to the thing I wanted to say?
Yeah.
Can we do that anymore? Browns fans are obsessed with something they don't need anymore. Also a follow-up because we have started another vicious debate about daylight savings time. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima on the Fan. Northeast Factor Direct, northeastfactordirect.com.
10. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows. And you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Albert Breer was asked a pointed question yesterday. Do you want to make it number 5 or number 10? Top 5 or top 10? Which one?
5.
Okay, which one is it? Number 5?
Yeah.
5 is difficult, but let's do it. A big question was asked yesterday to Albert Breer. Do you need a top 5 quarterback to win a Super Bowl anymore in the NFL? Hit it.
I think part of it has to do with the environment you're in, too. I mean, what conference were the 4 quarterbacks that I named in? They're all in the AFC, right? And what conference are Sam Darnold and Jalen Hurts in? They're in the NFC, right? So I think the Browns' premise was a little bit more on, like, the price of admission in the AFC. And last year was different. I think last year created an opportunity and an opening. I think Drake May's got a chance to crack that group. But, like, I mean, part of him getting there was the door – I think in the AFC last year was open more than it probably will be for a while for somebody to step through and step up and do what New England did, you know? So, like, I still think the premise that the Browns were working with was, I think, relatively logical and relatively clean, which was this is the environment we're competing in now, and if we're going to pay a quarterback at the top of the market, he needs to be in that group.
That's Albert Breer on it. So you want to nail it down to top 5?
No, we probably keep it at 10.
5 is really
where
tough.
It's interesting is like Sam Darnold was not in this top 10, right? In Jeremy Fowler's latest ranking, is that what it was from that we were going off of? And we're seeing various quarterback rankings at the time of the year. We're going to get the Mike Sando, the treasured quarterback list coming up, the tiers list that we talk about every year. And what's interesting is Sam Darnold, people do not think is a top 10 quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. He is 28-6 the last 2 years. 2 different teams. You can't even argue that, this is a Kyle Shanahan situation where he's protecting the quarterback at all costs. This is 2 different teams. You can say they're from the Shanahan tree, but 2 different teams. And he went 14-3 both years and just won a Super Bowl. And yet we don't think he's in the top 10. So, yes, I think we all want, especially in the AFC, that's what Albert Breer is saying. The reason we moved on from Baker is you had just seen Joe Burrow get to the Super Bowl. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, we're talking about MVPs. And I'll even throw another one.
Oh, here they come now about this. This is great. Okay, fine, let's have at it.
Even C.J. Stroud, who, when he knocked us out of the playoffs and our world-class defense, we were like, oh my God, it's another AFC quarterback. Now, he's come back to the pack. Since then, Joe Burrow can't stay healthy. When he's healthy, he's unbelievable, but he can't stay healthy. And Lamar Jackson, is he taking a step back? I think so.
You don't need a top 5 quarterback to win a Super Bowl, Super Bowl. You need a top 5 quarterback so you can sleep at night.
To compete every year.
Yes. You need a top 5 quarterback so we don't lose our minds and fire good coaches. You need a top 5 quarterback so you have a good people around you that want to stay. You need a top 5 quarterback so you can make human mistakes with your roster and still come out on the other end because your quarterback covers up for it. Now I'm critical of those like Ryan Grigson. I'm critical of his time as a general manager, very critical because I didn't think he protected Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck covered for a lot of the problems that the Indianapolis Colts had, both in the front office and off the field, obviously. Andrew Luck, a great quarterback, was able to do that. Peyton Manning was able to do that. Other great quarterbacks were able to do that. And they're able to cover for some of the mistakes and give you a little bit more time. What makes Howie Roseman so impressive is that he's had not top 5 quarterbacks, but he's had good, solid quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts, Jonathan said something yesterday, and I loved what he said. If Jalen Hurts played for the Cleveland Browns and did for the Cleveland Browns what he did for Philadelphia, if anybody had anything negative to say about Jalen Hurts, we would try to fight him and fight him. I mean, literally, if anybody negative out there said anybody out there said anything negative about Jalen Hurts, somebody would try to fight him right there on Huron Road if he did for us what he's done with the Philadelphia Eagles. Because it's an end-all, be-all. So you don't need a top, because at the time when they won quarterbacks, and I understand it's a different era, won Super Bowls, Trent Dilfer was never a top 5 QB. He might have been on a heater every now and then, but never was a top 5 QB. Brad Johnson was a little bit better than what people want to give him credit for, but he was never a top 5 QB. Jalen Hurts is more than likely never a top 5 QB, at least up to this point, but he's certainly top 10 in a conversation.
Eli Manning, we were always debating where he belonged.
Eli Manning was always a debate. You just feel so much more confident. Like I always say, like, man, there's probably a lot of people in Buffalo who are going, man, if not now, when? And you can't even believe it. You can't believe I say that, and you disagree. And I do pay more attention to the Bills and Bills fans than you do, so maybe there's some people who disagree with me, but I think that they sleep better at night knowing, okay, we have a chance because we have Josh Allen, who's a top 5 quarterback. Kansas City fans, let me ask you, Owen, you pay a lot of attention to Kansas City stuff because of the Chiefs. Still?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have family there, so
All
I
right.
talk to them.
So I can throw it by. Are they really freaking out over 6-11?
No.
I didn't think so.
No.
I didn't think so.
I think if it were to happen again, then yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But there's no talks of like, well, did Mahomes fall off or anything? I think it's more on does Kelsey have anything left? That's probably as close as they get to worrying. And they did. They're doing a lot of offensive line remodeling and a defensive secondary rebuild.
Like I think you're thinking of if I were a Chiefs fan, not you. I'm thinking if I were a Chiefs fan, I would think of 6-11 more as a bump in the road. Like, oh, we turned in a 6-11 and we'll be back next year.
I think they won the division 9 or 10 straight years.
Yeah.
Have been
Yeah.
in the AFC Championship game 8 straight,
Yeah.
9 straight.
And think about the longevity here.
They were 6-5, and then they lost every game from there on out.
Who do you have more faith in having staying around power? Is it the Denver Broncos with their great defense, or is it Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs? You know the answer to that. And ain't that defense? Because it's harder to put 11 out there that are great than it is to put one out there that's excellent.
You know me. I have a crazy trust in Sean Payton.
I think that Sean Payton could take a decent quarterback and coach him up to be really good. No offense to Drew Brees. What Drew Brees did was really special. But I think that if Drew Brees had a different coach, Drew Brees, there's no conversation about him being a Hall of Famer. I think Sean Payton's a really good football coach. I hate to say it. I don't really care for him very much. There's something about him I don't care for as a fan. But it's a sports dislike. It's when you have that quarterback, think about what Ben Roethlisberger did for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You were able to have a standard. Why were you able to have a standard? Because your quarterback was good. And even he was a mess. I mean, going in and getting the call from an offensive coordinator and just saying, yeah, bleep that, we're going to do it this way. And then he'd throw a pick and they'd just blame the offensive coordinator. But you felt better because you have a QB. That's why they get paid all the money. They know we want to go see the great QBs. I want to sleep good at night. That's why we go after these. This is why we write these guys down. That's why we nearly come to blows over these guys. That's why people cuss you out on the internet and cuss me out on the internet over these guys, because we want to be those guys. I don't need a top 5 QB to win a Super Bowl. I need a top 5 QB to maintain any semblance of sanity over a long period of time. Bernie Kosar played like a top 5 QB in his era. And Browns fans live pretty well. There was a lot of bitter losses during that time. A lot of sadness, a lot of tears. But we look back on that from 40 years ago. Those were the time of our lives. I wasn't even alive for it. He was. He knows. And you guys who were, you know damn well that's true. So when you have a QB, everything is better. But I think since Bernie's era, it has become tougher to play the position because now we hold you to such a higher standard than we ever have. We throw the ball more. You don't call your own plays as much, so there's different. You don't call your own number. You don't make these decisions as much, so there's less of a chance for interception. There's less of a chance. There's less of a margin for error because we have a 24-hour news cycle. We fill that news cycle with opinion conversation. Most of that has to do with football, and then most of that turns into a quarterback conversation. So it has the most pressure on it than any position in sports. And so it's harder to be a top 5 QB than it's ever been.
Do you think people are getting more agitated, not just seeing like Baker Mayfield and this quarterback special where you're hearing more? He's such a trash talker. I mean, he is going after all sorts of guys.
I saw the first part of that first episode, and I remembered why I fell out of favor with Baker Mayfield, or why he fell out of favor with me as a Browns fan. And then in the same segment of that documentary, I was reminded why. I was like, yeah, that was a lot of fun.
It was fun.
That was a lot of fun.
I mean, there's no doubt it was fun. But just seeing like his contemporaries, like Sam Darnold win a Super Bowl. When did we ever think that Sam Darnold was better than Baker Mayfield?
I don't think there's a lot of people. Maybe this year.
I think now they do.
Yeah.
Now they think Sam is better because they've seen it 2 years, two different teams, and we've seen a ceiling.
Okay.
Like that's true. That's higher than anything Baker's been able to do.
Sam Darnold's been hurt before. It's just, man, if Baker's hurt, he needs his whole body to be able to throw. I mean, we're getting into mechanics and stuff. I understand what you're saying, though. But I did look back and I go, man, like it was fun. And it's still, while it'd be frustrating, and I think we would have some frustrating conversations like, well, we made the wild card round again, and then we got bounced by so-and-so. We took this guy number 1 overall. Is he worth so much money? Is he worth all the pain and fight? It's still way better than the conversations we've had over the last 5 years. And so now that I know what I'm dealing with over the last 5 years, by the way, we got to treat that next quarterback a little bit differently. 216-474-0092, and maybe not put so much power in his hands so soon. Because I think that Baker even has admitted many times over he was immature at that time. And I know that you've brought out, well, is he immature? Has he matured, or is he just winning? There is something to be said, Tone, about a guy who has now a wife and kids at home and being able to count on that guy to do the right thing for you as a teammate. There is a little bit of that to it. Let me get to Chuck in Middleburg Heights. Hello, Chuck.
Yo, what up, guys? How
Hi,
you doing?
Chuck. We're doing well. Go right on ahead, friend.
What I wanted to say is you don't need a top 5 quarterback in the NFL to win. You actually just need a guy that's developed. I mean, if you look at the top 5 guys, the salaries they pay, they actually been crippling the teams, and that's what's been the problem. You can't put decent teams around these guys. You need to prove, and it's proven with Baker and with Sam Darnold. These guys went and got developed, and now they're having decent careers, What I do want to say is I think that what's going on with the Browns is it's the perfect situation, we got a quarterback that's going to be on a low contract, and now you're putting teams around this guy, weapons around this guy. I mean, Shedeur Sanders got blitzed at a 40% rate. He threw away the ball, something that Lyman's now called, now a chart cuck. That's what you are now, Lyman. You're a chart cuck.
Can we get through 1 week without using that word? Can we get through 1 week?
I became a skunk cuck like you a raccoon cuck. I had to kill a skunk the other day. I threw a Heineken bottle.
Why is everybody a cuck? How can I just say I want to keep the raccoons out of my trash? Why do I have to be a cuck to the raccoon, Chuck?
Owen's fault.
How's it my fault?
How's it Owen's fault?
I don't throw Heineken bottles.
A raccoon cuck that day. It was pretty funny. Yeah, Owen, you did that.
This is insane.
But y'all do understand what I'm saying. Top 5 guys, no. I mean, top 5 quarterbacks, it doesn't happen anymore. You need to develop quarterback, and you need to put a good defense
Chuck,
around them, and the guy that's not the one.
I'm sorry, but I think you're becoming a kick cuck.
A Heineken bottle, too.
He was even laughing at that one.
Snipe a skunk with a Heineken bottle.
I wouldn't throw a glass bottle at anything because then it breaks and then I'm just cleaning it up. I'm not going to be able to hit the skunk and then I'm going to have to clean it up.
It's Roadhouse principle.
Can't be throwing bottles at things. You're going to miss and then you have to clean up the broken bottle. I don't think you need a top 5 QB, but I think you need a top 5 QB to sleep at night, but I don't think you need a top 5 QB to win a championship. And how many people before that guy wins a championship do they really have faith that he's going to be able to win it? Like how many people picked the New England Patriots? Seattle had a great defense. And, yes, Will Campbell got beat like a drum. He was playing injured. He got beat like a drum in that game. But how many people put it on Drake May and put it on New England just because they had Drake May over Sam Darnold? Yeah. And confidence matters to a fan base. Confidence matters to an organization. And having the right guy playing that position matters, and it matters for a long time. Coming up in 5 minutes, I want to get more of you and a very bad ranking. If you're talking about top 5s and such, a very bad ranking for the Browns. And we certainly stepped in it when it comes to daylight savings on the Fan.
Speeding
$3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
Lima and I were featured, we weren't featured, but we were shown for a brief moment in the quarterback documentary on Netflix.
And your voice went a lot longer than your face.
I didn't like that. Oh, I didn't like my voice in that. I don't like listening to myself in
here today.
Yeah. I have an ego, but I also hate myself. It's a real battle in my stomach there. In me are two hogs battling. I didn't know that they show the tackle that Baker tries to make against the Houston Texans.
Well, he explains how the interception by then Texan safety Justin Reed led to the shoulder injury that changed his season, and how former Texan J.J. Watt later re-aggravated it when they faced the Cardinals. And the irony, of course, is that led to the Browns going after Deshaun Watson, and those picks were used to help rebuild the Texans.
Had a lot of bad days. That's one of the days, was one of the worst days of my life, and I didn't even realize it. My life is tied to sports. So in the grand scheme of things, like there could be worse days in America. I'm grounded on that, but my life is tied to the game and tied to the Browns and tied to sports. I'll never forget it. I was on my way home. That was a home game for the Browns. I had done the pregame show. That was back when we were allowed to have a tailgate. Back when the mayor allowed us to have fun. Now the mayor doesn't allow us to have fun.
Those were the days.
Maybe it was because of that tackle. I'm not sure.
And we're just getting started.
Was it one too many chair jokes that I made? Is that it? I don't know. Maybe we could cut a deal. Possibly.
We got 2 Cokes, and we struck a deal.
Had to do it. Had to set you up. And I got to the gas station. I was on my way home from downtown. Got to the gas station. Everything was going great. Life was fine. I thought we beat the Texans anyway that day. I knew we were going to beat the Texans. Here we go. This is going to be great. We're on our way. Got gas, went to the bathroom, got out, and Jim and Doug were telling us about Baker Mayfield getting hurt. I literally pulled off to the side of the road and just went, this ain't going to be good. This is just not going to be good. And ended up being far worse than I ever thought it was going to be.
Oh, boy.
I'll never forget that moment. It was in Twinsburg. I was by unpaid testimonial. I was by Havana's Choice, the cigar shop, because I thought about pulling in and getting a cigar, and then that idea went away once I knew that Baker was hurt. Bad day. Bad day. It might be a lot of bad days for a lot of people. Great transition time. Daylight savings time is up for grabs, courtesy of Congress. Now, apparently, according to Keith has texted us, and he had said that the standard time is also going to be up for grabs. The standard time I was telling you about, not daylight savings time, the standard time is up for grabs. If it were standard time, would you... I'm not trying to start weirdness again. Would you be okay with one set standard time? Not permanent daylight savings, but standard time. It seems to be, I've been doing a lot of reading during the breaks here today. It seems to be the best for both worlds when it comes to circadian rhythm and
they do say that,
safety and everything like that.
And the reason they say that is because the fact that in Cleveland, now it's different depending on where you live, northern or southern.
The hemispheres matter, yes.
People always think it's east or west. It's north or south, the difference here. And the thought has always been, hey, the sun sets so late and we get daylight well past 9. I used to get golf in over at Berkshire Hills. I used to be golfing literally on the course on certain nights past 9:30.
Yeah.
Past 9:30.
That's not crazy.
Yeah. But the thought is that's bad for that rhythm that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It really should never get. But you love it. In the summer,
you love
just
it.
Absolutely love it.
But I know it makes winter worse because you're like, man, when it first gets that really bad day after the time change and it's like 4:30 in the afternoon, it's like, dude, the headlights are on. It's
over.
And during the summer, it's like, man, just a few months ago, like I had 5 more hours of daylight here. I don't know about permanent daylight savings. I'd rather have the standard time. I've been doing a lot of reading about the standard time tone. I think I like it. We had a lot of people in about it earlier today. If we can get standard time, are you good with that on?
No.
What do you want?
Well, because that means although it doesn't matter to me, I'm trapped in this room with no windows, but it's like we're getting 4:30 a.m. sunrises in June then.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really cool with that.
No, that's a little odd.
I do get to sleep in occasionally on a Saturday in June and July, and I'd like to push that out. It's already coming up too early for me now. I'd like to push that out.
Ooh,
do you care about the notion, and no matter what side of these things, like anything political, you'll find a retort, you'll find a number. And I was reading today, last time they tried this was in the 70s. It lasted like 7 months, and then they repealed it because it was a safety for kids thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That a bunch of kids were tragically killed, and they thought it was because of the lack of light in the morning while they were going to school.
Well, it makes it difficult because, again, you got little kids out there. They're waiting on the bus. It's dark out, hard to see, depending on the weather. If it's raining in the morning, I mean, it's impossible. You feel terrible about any of that, obviously. It's like, well, if we could make anything safer, it's fine. And some people are like, well, just wear high vis. Well, I'm not. I understand that you can, but if there's a way to make it just generally safer in the world, can we not try something like that? Wouldn't that be better? I think it would be. Warren Sharp came out with his offensive line rankings for 2026. We never talked about this. This was a few days ago. You ready? Didn't know where the Browns are?
Oh,
the Denver Broncos offensive line is ranked number 1 by Warren Sharp. And again, this is just Sharp football. This could boil down to one man's opinion. At number 32, the Cleveland Browns are. Warren Sharp writes, the Browns offensive line ranked in our top 5 as recently as 2024, but not a single starter remains on the roster from that unit. Cleveland used 8 offensive line combinations for at least 50 snaps last year and will be starting all over again with 6 additions to the 2 deep and likely 4 new starters. I don't know how you could do it anywhere but 32nd because it's the great unknown. And I do believe... Go ahead, Owen. I'm sorry.
Well, technically, it should be unranked.
Yes.
If it's for the going forward, because this is a line that never existed.
But we haven't seen anything like this, and you're right. And we also have never seen anything like this attempted since the early 1970s. So it really should be like NA.
Well, what did the Bears do
The Bears
the Texans, too.
The Bears made a lot of changes, and they're actually ranked number 6. Now, I've told you, I've watched all the Bears games last year twice over now on my dead mother because I knew this argument was going to happen. You got one team that has Caleb Williams, and you saw some of the things that he was able to do, and I felt that there were times where he was holding on to the ball a little bit too long, but I also felt there was times he was running for his life. And I think a guy like that can make an offensive line. The offensive line was better than I thought it was going to be. I will grant that. But I also think a great quarterback, a talented quarterback, can make an offensive line look a little bit better. And I think that the Bears are a little overrated in this case. They got away with a lot last year. They did. But I don't like that it's led to some people thinking offensive lines don't matter. If you have a great quarterback and he can get rid of the football or he can do physical things like Caleb Williams can do, yeah, you can get away with things. But I'd rather not get away with things with my offensive line.
Well, it's going to be weird to try to isolate unless our guys get way better than they are. The last time we saw Deshaun Watson, he, I think, led the NFL in the sacks that were considered quarterback's responsibility.
Yep.
Well, guess what? Same thing last year for Shedeur. Now the coach is gone in both those instances. Kevin Stefanski is gone.
So there's no more. If it's an excuse, that's not there anymore.
Yeah.
If it is an excuse.
So we'll see. But and the line was not good last year.
No.
Certainly, I think we all agree on that. Deshaun had a good line at times, and it went out the window. I know they were aging and getting injured, but he did not have an awareness around him. That is what I am most interested to see with the new coaching and the new offensive line coach and all these new guys is, are the quarterbacks limiting the disaster plays? Are they able to fine-tune and hone that awareness of where guys are?
There's going to be so much pressure on Mike Rutenberg because he's the defensive coordinator and because of how Jim Schwartz left. Technically, he's still on the payroll. There's a ton of pressure on Mike Rutenberg. The guy who we should really be paying attention to the most is George Warhop. He has the most work cut out for him. You still got Jared Verse on that defense. It's hard. It's hard to be a good defense year in and year out, but I think you got an easier job ahead of you than what George Warhop does. Because they can end up being good, and they could all be good in their own ways. You got to make it all mixed together for the offense to work at all. And over the last couple of years, it just hasn't. It's been putrid. Thanks to Greg Schwartz, who joined us today. He was excellent. We got Mary Kay tomorrow. Rick Bucher tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. And Mary Kay Cabot. It's a big one. It's a star-studded, a very special episode of the show. Thanks to Owen. Thanks to Jeff. Thanks to Meredith. For Anthony Lima, I'm Ken Carman. Have a wonderful day, my friends. Take care.
But you clap.
Hey, sounds good.
Where's your entourage now?
Cool, I got on the last show.
Oh!